I gotta fix that. For some reason, Rumble's been giving me an issue tonight, so I had to switch things around. Finally got it working though, I believe, so we'll see. Rumble doesn't look like it's running very well at all though. Sheesh. Rumble's struggling. I don't know why. Must be an issue with their servers. Not on my end, because I'm running perfectly fine to everything else it looks. We'll see. It's over. Go. Yeah, it's only running at like 13 frames. This is everything else is running fine. Kick looks fine. Let's see. Rumble, please stop breaking down. Yeah, the bit rate just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. Don't know if we're going to be able to actually stream on here. Well, I am streaming on YouTube and Kick and Twitch. So if you'd want to go over to one of them, it looks like those are running better. Yeah, they definitely are running better. Turn the brightness up on my camera. Here. The GPT on videos. Watch. We're good on YouTube. Or Twitch. Twitch looks amazing. Kick looks good too. Rumble's balancing. Not really. It's not really balancing. But oh well. Let me know. Are other creators on Rumble having issues? I don't know. Somebody actually streaming right now? I don't think so. Let's look. Oh no. Rumble issues today? Rumble down. That's May. Rumble support. Let's see. I don't think that's it. Get in your seat, Eli. There's me. Premium content.
I don't like. You love grapes. You ate almost the whole bag in the store. Okay, fine, fine. Leave them there. Don't eat them. Look, I'm going to show you this. Do you know what animal that is? It's a giraffe. See? He's bending down to eat. Do you know what animal this is? An elephant. No, that one. And I think this might be a kangaroo. Okay. I don't.
14, 13. I don't know. I didn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Mom, okay, FPS is or kilobytes. Bit rate's going up.
Just go hurt. I'm a boss.
Turkey Day. New York City Rumble takeover. Oh, there's Crowder. Maybe it's because there's nobody there.
Look at this.
Is that Rumble going right?
Wait.
Okay, it's starting to balance.
Oh, that's amazing.
Okay, I think we're stabling out. I think we are. Maybe there's just a lot of people streaming the Rumble. Rumble.
Oh, you get me out. Oh, no.
Mm. Frost Reaper followed me. Alright, let's do some reposts because yeah, I'm gonna need. I think we're getting there on Rumble. I don't know why the bit rate's taking a tank, but hello. My stomach's upset.
My goodness, you ate pretty well. Pretty quick, too. Can I get you anything else? You want more cheese? Did you eat the cheese?
My tummy
Do you eat the grapes? He did eat the grapes.
What?
He ate the grapes?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Eat them.
How do you like this one?
Do I like this one?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Oh, I meant to edit it. Oh, no.
Whoa!
Yeah, mhm.
Oh, no.
I just want to make sure you have enough food in your belly.
I'm not.
What else can I get you?
Nothing.
Pretzels, chips, nothing. All full. Right, because this is it. Like, this is dinner. This is dinner time. You're all full. You don't need a biscuit. You're good?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I tried switching string keys around.
Eva.
Bum bum. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Finally. Better. Okay, it looks good. Let's close. Did you try calling Rusty? Thought you were going to. Good there, good here. Alright, looks like we're good on Rumble finally. Dun, 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 dun. Cool. Sweet. Alright, looks like it's worked itself out somehow. I don't know, I'm not gonna question it.
There's people that are upset.
Oh. So what we're going to do today is what we do every day. Maybe. What's the webcam? We're gonna go this way a little bit, I think. Oh, my cane's in the way. Yeah. I'll keep you out of the screen so you can just look at the screen on here. Okay, let's see. Anything crazy going on in the world today? The only craziness I saw was Venezuela's airspace got shut down. So I'm not sure. Tusi, as Maduro's gonna leave, so let's catch the beginning of his stream.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2C TV, your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C and we have some breaking news coming from the Caribbean as the dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, is in trouble following a phone conversation with President Trump a few hours ago, which didn't go too well. And in case you're not watching this live, just a heads up, this is a live stream, live ongoing development. Things are probably going to change in the next few minutes, let alone few hours. But what we're hearing is some movement with the
Will this actually duck?
team in Venezuela. We're going to give you guys all the update. We also have the flight tracker live as President Trump has now declared the airspace airspace in Venezuela closed, warning against all flights from arriving or departing from Venezuela. You can see there's only 1 or 2 planes that are flying around over the airspace. Of course, that gets updated live. We have a number of videos showing the military mobilization by the United States. We also have a video from the Venezuelan side as the generals are preparing for self-defense. That's what they call it, of course. But President Trump, earlier on, we're going to get your reaction live as well in the live chat shortly. President Trump told Nicolas Maduro over the phone call that they had that if he didn't leave voluntarily soon, the United States would take military action. Now, over the last few days and couple of weeks,
I wonder if we'll actually duck the audio here. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like it.
Especially around Puerto
Keep it
Rico.
on.
But this was a direct warning saying it is time to go, Nicholas. And over the last few days, this same rhetoric came out. Maduro said, I'm not going anywhere. But the Islamic Republic of Iran have now offered asylum.
Of course they did.
Maduro, which we will get to in a
How is he going to get there?
Maduro's fighter jets are flying over Valencia in Venezuela in preparation for war with the United States. Let's go to that one.
I can't believe he's even thinking about sending his fighter jets in the air.
There's just military posturing again.
Yeah. All this is posturing, and it's a weak posture.
Yep.
Ooh.
So this was over the skies of Valencia earlier on, and following that, we then had this statement by President Trump saying to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So President Trump is
probably going to attack Mike
on social media, and of course everyone else started panicking, saying what's going on, what's going to happen now. And this
Nothing
was
yet.
a few hours ago, a couple of hours ago. We didn't really see much in terms of any action, more in terms of the airspace, but this is the live feed that we have. In terms of the airspace on Venezuela, there's not much activity. There's a couple of planes, there's like in a smaller one as well around the international airport, but it's still obviously ongoing. We then see the mobilization by the US military. So the US Osprey, which is a military transport and cargo aircraft, was filmed landing on a military ship off Puerto Rico. This is the main staging base for Operation Southern Lance against Venezuela's narco-terrorist regime. Let's go to that video from the moment in Puerto Rico.
There's the Ford.
It's landing now. Now, the radar system as part of the United States military is now also fully activated and operational at ANR Robinson International Airport in Tobago, which we can also show in a second.
Así está el puerto de Ponce hoy. Esto está sucediendo en este momento. Díganme ustedes qué creen que está pasando.
Two decades of tyranny could be ending very soon. Crazy times.
Remember in one of the Snoopy episodes, I forget which one it was. I think it was the one that's like Memorial Day or something like that, where they go over to France and they go to the graves of the Normandy Battle of Normandy in France. But there's an airboat to get back and forth between London and
So that
and
was the option
France,
that the
which was pretty
Venezuelans
cool
offered
in
to the White House.
Snoopy.
Now we don't know if the White House
I've always
have
loved
accepted
airboats
that
from
or
then.
not. All we heard was President Trump saying the phone call basically didn't go well. The airspace, consider it closed, and the military, of course, the U.S. military, are mobilizing in and around Puerto Rico. So 26 years, was it 26 years? Obviously, in terms of Maduro after Hugo Chavez,
They're so cool.
It's been a bumpy road, and of course, the country has been destabilized for a long time now. It's time for change. Now, going back to the airspace, the live feed that we have, sources in Caracas are saying that in terms of the actual the top of the team of Maduro, they have said that the president is set to leave Venezuela on a private jet, a Falcon 900 registered in San Marino, heading towards...
Well, he actually, though.
Well, this is what their sources initially said, heading towards Istanbul in Turkey, and the final destination to be Tehran in Iran, where, of course, the Islamic Republic earlier on publicly offered Maduro a permanent asylum and protection. Now, the Venezuelan leadership have also thanked the Iranian regime for this protection, but we haven't had confirmation yet in terms of any sort of private jet flying around. There's some fake news on social media saying, oh, we found the private jet flying. Like that doesn't mean anything. We do have an update when it comes to the presidential plane itself, because the confirmation that we received was that the presidential plane flew initially this morning towards the border with Brazil, which is a dense forest area. But we do have an update over the last few minutes, which we're just getting it verified to get it confirmed first before obviously reporting this in terms of where the plane is and where the president or Maduro might be. And so whether Maduro is leaving through the border with Brazil or is basically decided to bunker himself somewhere, or whether that was a decoy, it's one of these three options basically. Either he's going to go through the Brazilian border, of course, he's got Lula supporting him, or there might be a bunker there, I don't know, unlikely, or it could just be a decoy to distract, and he could be somewhere else himself, but the presidential plane could be going towards the border with Brazil. Now, the Venezuelan commanders and generals filmed themselves gathering around a glass sand table, discussing the ongoing operations, military operations, and rehearsing defense actions against any potential U.S. landings, obviously both when it comes to from the sea and from the air. I believe we can show that footage as well.
La isla de Patos se va a hacer un saneamiento y exploración con todos los medios aeronavales para contribuir al ejercicio que estamos efectuando en este momento en el adiestramiento y la cooperación de todas las tripulaciones y el personal de combatiente individual.
Bueno, señores generales, y esto es una realidad, no me canso de repetirles y recordarles que el destino y el universo nos ha dado a nosotros, hasta el 5 destino, nos ha dado a nosotros la oportunidad.
Do you like my sweater?
Nuestro en la vida. Y nosotros toditos somos de la escuela básica. Recuerden ustedes que nos crearon con voluntad de vencer. Y somos el crisol militar donde la fuerza es la unión, señores. Entonces, bueno, esto es un gran orgullo, este momento histórico que nosotros estamos viviendo, de trabajar con todos ustedes generales. Cuando uno ve que otros generales van cosechando y se uniendo a nosotros con esta fuerza.
Looks like Force Frank has a new song.
Militares que son extraordinarios, nuestro ministro de la Defensa y nuestro comandante de estrategia. El hombre de la geoestrategia y la paz.
Geostrategy of peace and the man of war, and we are the actors on this stage. The homeland is not traveling, he said. The homeland cannot be sold. The homeland is defended. To integrate is to win.
Slightly delusional, the homeland, but okay.
Good luck.
People in Venezuela are not on this side.
Yeah, Venezuelans do not
but it's the same.
Do not like the government that has been
Republic of
stolen.
Iran. They speak on behalf of the people of Iran, even though they've been occupying that country. It's the same with the communists who've been occupying Venezuela for about 3 decades. And obviously, even before that, we've had a bit of a mess in terms of the infiltration of the Marxists. Now, active preparations are now underway before the start of the military operations in Venezuela. This is from the Venezuelan side. The Americans continue to also massively strengthen their military presence around the Puerto Rico air base as part of their preparations for the invasion of Venezuela. Let's go to the next clip. So that was the Venezuelan side. It's going to be a long night, by the way.
Yeah, it is going to be a long night.
We're just verifying the last information that we gave you. Okay,
Maduro leaves in a plane.
Oh, we have confirmation now. Okay, in terms of Maduro's plane. Yeah. So.
It ain't gonna take off. It's gonna get shot down. If that plane leaves and goes into air, like over the water, it's getting shot down. It's yummy or yucky?
Okay, so let's just quickly show you the situation.
And by
the airspace.
Yeah, it's closed.
Right now,
a whole bunch of airplanes. Those are actually in the sky right now.
Ramping up the security and surveillance
in
the eastern region.
No, but what they're showing is the airspace around Venezuela has been closed by President Trump. So there should be no planes flying in this area here because there's potentially we're going to attack tonight.
What's happening around the border with Brazil is also interesting because I think we can
couple yellow ones here and there. Yeah, they could be like have already been over it when he made that call.
With Brazil. So as I said,
for the most part, everybody's avoiding it.
Not confirmed, but as I said, that could still mean it could be a decoy that he might not be on the.
These are all aircraft.
Plane.
Can even be military if they have the transponders on.
Across the border to Brazil. Obviously, he's safe there for now until he gets a flight potentially allegedly to Iran. Or there might be a security bunker in that part. It's one of the 3 options that we are seeing right now. Also, Venezuelans.
It's probably got a bunker, and we're going to use bunker busters on.
Others, it's been destabilized for a very, very long time. Nearly 8 million Venezuelans have fled the country in the last 10 years alone, since 2015. 7.77 million Venezuelans left. You can see most of them obviously have gone to neighboring countries.
Colombia, Peru,
to Spain, but the level of talent and those who actually
went back home
and those who wanted to have a free country, all that has been drained over the last few decades, and it is a time for change. And maybe they are gonna get what they wanted, which is a free Venezuela from a communist dictatorship. Now, we also have a statement from the Senate Armed Services Committee that has now just been issued. We can bring that. Yes, okay, let's bring that up. There we go.
To see Roger.
The committee is aware of recent news reports and the
Senate Armed Services Committee
regarding alleged follow-up strikes on suspected narcotics vessels in the Southcom area of responsibility. The committee has directed inquiries to the department, and we will be conducting vigorous oversight to determine the facts related to these circumstances. So that is now the statement from the Senate Armed Services Committee. Obviously, they're going to do what they have to do in terms of oversight and scrutiny, but we are just trying to get something confirmed from the White House as well. We still don't know exactly the whereabouts of Maduro, apart from we know his plane. We know wherever his plane is, but we don't know where he himself is located, whether he's on the plane or not. So I will get that confirmed for you guys there. We're just going to quickly go to the White House, and I'm going to get some reaction in the live chat from you guys. Let's prepare this, and don't forget it's the Black Friday weekend, ladies and gentlemen, which means you can join 2C TV Plus with our 50% promo code. Yes, we have the Friday 50 promo code you can use by going on 2C.tv. 50% off annual memberships of 2C TV Plus.
Oh, man.
So check it out, and of course, to download the 2C TV app as well. All right, let's just get some quick reaction on this.
Reaction. Nothing's happening yet. I look forward to it when it does.
It's still going to be, again, it's unbelievable to see what's going on right now, because for a lot of people who care about Venezuela, like myself, it's the same with when Assad left and years before, and suddenly I was to control. Different circumstances, but Maduro's exit could also be a very quick and swift as well, or basically a return of the war, and fight back. I mean, he himself is not going to fight back because he's a coward, but if he stays in a bunker or wherever he's going to be, but they're going to get him, because at that point, you're not giving up. Now, Aaron says, if the IRGC get booted out, where does Maduro go next? Well, this is also why it makes no sense, because why is... maybe this is what Maduro is assessing right now, because the Islamic Republic have offered asylum, right? They've offered it. The Venezuelans have thanked the Iranian regime, but that's all. Obviously,
Yeah, I don't think he wants to go to Iran. Nobody wants to go to Iran.
I'm off. I'm going to Iran. No, because if he is smart, he should also be assessing right now as we speak. He should be discussing with his team, because I don't think Iran is going to be a safe place for him. Well, first thing, a dictatorial leader or a terrorist that ends up in Iran, they just blow up anyway.
Yeah.
With Ismail Haniyeh and all the others. But also, the Iranian regime is not stable.
Well, I don't think he's going to go there. It's not stable at all. They're bound to be attacked in a year or two because of all they're doing. Still working on nuclear, still
it's not even Russia.
creating the ballistic missiles, which they actually have now. They just need to get a warhead built.
But because it's protected by the CCP. Kevin says, does Maduro retire early to Brazil, Cuba, Colombia, Russia, China, or South Africa? South Africa! There we go. ANC will take him in. Poor South Africa. Oh, no. No. If I could speak on behalf of people of South Africa, no thank you. But yeah, I mean, China is still the most reasonable option. But for now, the only country that have offered him asylum is the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is it's not really a good sign. But where are his friends? Anyway, Carter says, hopefully this is the end of the Maduro regime. Well, we are hoping.
Yeah,
but,
hopefully.
Again, there's still... the thing about dictatorships like in Venezuela is that it is at this point primarily built around one individual, one figure. It's not necessarily ideological anymore. It's just a greedy dictator at the top, which means if he does go, it's over. Whereas the situation, for example, in China is different. Hypothetically, if Xi Jinping is to go,
they have somebody to replace him.
He gets killed or somehow kills himself, the CCP will survive until China fully implodes. But that's a whole different structure.
Which it might. China might fully implode one day.
Like in Iran, where Khamenei goes, it's over. Maduro goes,
which I think
it's over.
A lot of the Chinese nationals you're seeing on TikTok and whatnot.
Opposition leader, in your opinion,
but they're very limited in what they can see.
If he is removed, well, one of the problems that we've kind of been seeing over the last few months is that obviously Maria Machado is the main opposition leader. She will be basically de facto president. But one of the problems that we've been seeing is that there has been a massive concerted effort by the liberal Western media to attack Maria and her team, even when it came to the Nobel Peace Prize. So she won the Nobel Peace Prize. But because of her reaction afterwards, when she decided to thank President Trump, and she essentially said, I would like to give this Nobel Peace Prize to show support to President Trump and thank him for his support to her team. The liberal globalists don't like her, and they will do all they can to stop Maria. But it's not really up to them, because she is popular. She's also essentially the de facto alternative leader of Venezuela. She's the official opposition leader. But again, there will be a lot of propaganda against her, against normal people in Venezuela, and you're going to see all the usual nonsense. And even if that means that this will basically help the enemy, if it helps
ready for a tubby,
the Islamic
buddy?
Republic or Xi Jinping and the CCP in China, the idiots in the West will intentionally or unintentionally help them by attacking Maria. So that's the biggest problem when it comes to the opposition in Venezuela. It's not really up to anybody else. It's up to the people of Venezuela, and they want her. She's got the support. Done. It's over. But the question is, where is Maduro? Is he in a bunker near the border with Brazil? Or that government plane, the presidential plane, was that a decoy? So, oh my God, who wants to see a troll? Who wants to see a troll? Ready for this? Look at this one. His name is Pan-African Strategist. He says, you are peddling lies to your white audience. White audience? You do realize TCTV is a global channel and a global news channel, and we literally have viewers from all
A Pan-African Strategist. Yeah. Lies. What lies? I didn't hear any lies the other day.
Venezuela, Trump. They are literally capitalists. They are pro-democrats, not US Democrats, as in democracy. They are pro-democrats in democracy. But pro-democracy. They are already, they like Americans. Do you think the people of Venezuela, well, firstly, do you think President Trump is stupid to go and hit his own supporters in Venezuela? No. And secondly, do you think that the random people in Venezuela are going to pick up guns and shoot the Americans? I don't understand. We got people saying, I'm not white. See? Not everybody is white. You racist weirdo. And someone else says, I'm African and I'm listening. Great job keeping us informed. No, you're not African,
buddy.
because you're now being identified by someone else as white. All of you watching right now, from the Republic of Korea to South Africa, brown or Asian or black,
Cold water.
everybody's white. So many whites. Yeah, fair enough. We still have some whites. Who cares about skin color, you weirdo? Anyway. The US always meddle in the business of others. This will not be what people expect. It's not the business of others. This is America's business. This is a direct
it's in South America. It's directly below us.
Overall, if you don't know what's going on, maybe it's best to not comment on it.
Yeah.
America's not going around under President Trump. Obviously, under the Democrat leaders, they used to just randomly go to the Middle East and everywhere else, thinking that's going to end well. President Trump is not go to the Middle East and everywhere else. Randomly, he's not a warmonger. This is in retaliation and in self-defense to protect the Americans and the American interest in the US and in the region. This is literally called self-defense.
Yep.
He's not doing it out of charity for the Venezuelans. That's just a bonus. And Maria and all the others have also said that, well, we're not asking for any sort of ground invasion by the US military. This is our fight, but a bit of support will be nice. That's it. If President Trump wanted to go around and liberate people that he likes, considering that he has a picture, a poster of the Shah of Iran in his office on the wall behind him. He's got a picture of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the last Shah of Iran, who was deposed by Jimmy Carter in 1979 in a coup. He has a picture of the Shah. He's very much pro-Iranian people against the Islamic Republic. President Trump would have allowed regime change a few months ago, back in June. He would have basically continued to hit and even send American troops and get Israel to hit. You know, people say, oh, there's also oil in Iran. Yeah, he would have done that, right? He would have done that. Would have been a brilliant move. But he's not that sort of president. Comparing everything, every situation geopolitically to the failed projects in, for example, Afghanistan or Libya or Iraq is stupid. It's simplistic, and it shows that you don't know anything about geopolitics. Thanks for answering my last question. I heard Maduro's personal protection detail is made up of Cubans and some Colombians, by the way. I also heard that the Cuban detail will take him out themselves if he surrenders. Thoughts? Yeah, these are just random theories. These are just gossip. So, you can't really trust any of that. So there are some also speculations that he might already be in Brazil. We can't really verify that. All we know is that his plane touched down by the border with Brazil, but still in Venezuela. So there's a lot of things happening on social media. So let's not just randomly believe anything that we are hearing. So we'll find out. That guy, what was his name again? Walter something, that claims that President Trump is meddling in other people's business, has now said he's come back with a response. You are ill-informed.
How?
Cool. Anyway, let's go back to 1.2 million lovely subscribers of this global news channel who've been supporting us.
Yeah, do it. So it was just pretty much that in chat, right?
Friends in Brazil and Colombia going around saying, yeah, all the money that we're making, we are basically going to be using it against you, even when it comes to military, and allowing the Chinese Communist Party to infiltrate that part of the world, which is a direct enemy to the United States. This is a war that's already started decades ago with the communists and now with China, with the backing of China. And of course, the Islamic Republic, who've sent their bases there, who've sent their Hezbollah members to basically, as that idiot was saying, to meddle with other people's business. They've already started this. Drew says, I knew someone from Venezuela that served in the US
it's
Army,
mostly
and he told me he wished that the US
mostly just chats. Was short for an hour.
You should display it. Gus wants it. Give it to Gus.
You want it, Gussie?
Is that a new mouse pad?
Flat off to the side. And then, oh my god.
That's a shit ton of boosters. How many boosters is there? 18.
18 packs. That's a lot of packs.
Holy cow.
Doesn't know what to do. Okay, so let's see. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 Mega Evolution, 4 Journey Together, 1 Surging Sparks, 3, 4 Phantasmal Flames, and 4 Destined Rivals, 2 Surging Sparks.
2 Surging Sparks.
All right. I think we start off with losing and Surging Sparks. Thoughts?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Also, I want to move this here so we can actually see.
Her nails are so cute.
Do we know the best card is? I think it's the shiny Mega Charizard card. I think.
In Surging Sparks?
Oh, no. That was the Mega Evolution or Phantasmal Flames. Surging Sparks, I think it's the Pikachu.
I pulled one.
Because I opened a...
Or, I mean, I put one on the bottom, right?
I think it's... Yeah, it's 1 on the bottom. Okay.
Wait, is he opening packs?
Yeah, I don't know.
Alright, you
I
go
feel like it
first.
changes.
Why is opening
Should I open
packs?
this here? Wait a minute. They can actually they can kind of see.
Yeah.
I think you can open at the same time if you want.
Oh, okay.
You wanted it?
Oh,
Oh,
same energy. Oh, upside down.
I didn't know it was for them.
It is for them.
I thought this was for us.
Oh. You want to look at each other?
No, I can look at you here.
Oh,
That's okay.
sorry.
It's fine.
I can't read yours.
Drollbur. Well, you can't read. I pulled something crazy and fell out.
That was a Gus pull. Gus pulled that.
Wait, Gus pull. Hold on. Hang on. Can you hold him? Because
A counter gain.
oh my god.
Oh no.
They're
Oh
everywhere.
no.
Oh, we've actually fallen apart. There's a
You
reverse
did
hollow.
terrible.
I don't know what the rare was supposed to be.
What
Wait.
is it? I didn't even see it.
Oh, that's the rare. Is this
No, what's
It's a
that?
Charizard.
Oh, it's
gold
an item.
counter
It's an item.
counter gain? Hello.
Uh-huh.
I know Gus is the star of the show, but
Gus is locked.
Can't see it.
I'm begging you. Hello. Read. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. This is so bad.
You can't see a thing.
Okay. I think
quit blocking Gus.
I think if I show it next to Gus, you guys can see it. Does it get your approval?
He just sneezed on it.
Thanks.
Anyone want a counter gain golds that's been sneezed on by Gus?
I think I'll put it in a sleeve. Did you finish yours?
No. There was chaos.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. Is Crap here, by the way, yet? I don't know if Crap's here yet. We're kind of we've gone into stall mode.
Shirtless fan. Hilton.
Quilmora.
Pulling cards. Oh, okay. So I ran out of
Folks,
crisis.
it's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another Short War video, and it is really popping off around the world today, and we have very big news to cover out of Ukraine, Russia, Venezuela, and Iran, and let's jump right into it. This morning, Iran has begun descending into chaos as civil unrest and riots have begun in the Fars province, as reports claim that other regions of Iran may also become overwhelmed next, and this comes as we've just gotten confirmed reports this morning that Tehran's major dam is completely out of water, and this is now a developing situation. Meanwhile, Iran has just launched ballistic missiles into Iraq as several videos have emerged showing a large object flying over the skies of Ilam, Iran toward an unspecified target. We also have more breaking news that apparently the U.S. has begun an air blockade of Venezuela and has officially closed the airspace of the country indefinitely as U.S. military movements have been observed off the coast. And we even have more breaking news than that. We also have major news that Ukraine's launched another major attack in the Black Sea as wild footage has emerged showing alleged Russian oil tankers being struck by several Ukrainian sea drones. So when I say we have big news to cover today, I am not joking. It is popping off literally everywhere today in a very big way, but let's go ahead and jump right into our first article, which goes to Visegrad 24, and this is our biggest news story of the day. We are seeing Iran devolving into absolute chaos this morning, and it looks like, no pun intended, the dam is actually broken as of this morning. Currently, we are seeing anti-regime protests erupt in the Kir and Kherson County in the Fars province of Iran, and videos of the clashes with calls for other cities to join the protests are going viral online. So right now in the Fars province, we are seeing absolute chaos. These are not small riots that we're seeing breaking out. These are large, and it looks like the people are going berserk as the country is basically collapsing in on itself, and this is not looking good right here. So let's take a look at our first video showing these riots breaking out in the eastern part of Iran. And look at that. That is a major riot right there. There's rocks being thrown. There's people screaming. There's people taking off in cars. It is chaos out here. I mean, look at that. There appears to be a guy armed over there in a vehicle, by the way. He appeared to be armed over there. This is really, really rough right here. I guess these people just showed up. There's a guy apparently... I think they're trying to bike jack him actually right there. That's something interesting. But I mean, this is chaos. Look at all these people. These are a lot of people too. They're throwing rocks at cars. I mean, this is rough, people. So I'm going to go ahead and mute that, by the way. But as you can see, this is a rough scene right here coming out of the Forest province right now. And we're hearing reports that apparently this is going to be spreading, or if it's not already spread at this point already, it's going to be spreading. So this is quite interesting today, coming right out of that province of Iran. But to show you exactly where this is right here, we do have a map showing where this is in relation to the rest of Iran. And you can see right here, there is the Fars province. And the major city that's in this province is Shiraz, Iran, as you can see right here. This is where this is happening right now. But like I said, though, this is spreading fast according to reports, and it appears to be that many posts online calling for similar riots in Iran are spreading like wildfire, and people appear to be answering the call to duty that they're currently getting right now from their comrades inside of the Fars province. So a lot of people might be wondering what has caused us to break out today, because this is a very big development, and we do have a clue in our next post here, which goes to Mossad commentary. Because we've heard today that Iran's water crisis has reached the critical point. It's actually finally reached that point as of this morning, and we've heard from Iran's Tasnim news agency. They've reported that the Karaj Dam has gone off the grid from the power system due to a drop in its water level. And when they say a drop, they mean a drop. Look at this. This is the dam right outside the capital city of Tehran, and this thing is almost bone dry. There should be water right there where you see dirt. There is no water to be found except for right at the very bottom of the pit right here, and that is barely any water compared to what this thing should have. So this is nearly bone dry right here. This is the situation right now in the capital city of Iran. They are out of water, officially out of water as of today, and this is literally right outside the capital. And also, by the way, to show you the exact location of this dam right here, we also have a map showing where this one's at, and this is the Karaj Dam right outside the capital city of Tehran, and it's right to the north of the city of Karaj itself. And as you can see right there on the map where that orange dot is in the middle, that is the location of that dam. So it's literally feeding right into Tehran and Karaj, which are obviously capital city areas right here on the map, and this is showing you how desperate Tehran is right now when it comes to their water supply, which is really critical as of this morning. So very major news with that. But also, Iran has gone berserk. Their government has gone berserk this morning because apparently they have started launching ballistic missiles from the Ilam province, apparently toward Iraq, for what we're hearing right now. And we're also getting videos showing this object going through the skies, which is reported to be a ballistic missile launched by Iran, and they're firing it apparently into Iraq, according to reports we have. So in the midst of the chaos, they're firing off ballistics, which is interesting to say the least. So let's take a look at the video here and see our first clip showing a ballistic flying through the sky. And right there you can see it. This is allegedly from the Ilam province of Iran. And right there you can see it. There is a glowing object in the sky, which is reported to be a ballistic missile launched toward Iraq that we're seeing right now. So this was a view from Iran itself. So that's what we're seeing right now. That appears to be a ballistic missile, if you ask me. From the appearance of it, it appears to be a ballistic, just looking at it. But moving into our next post here, we also have one from Geo Insider. And right now, Iranian channels close to the IRGC, which is the Iranian military, has denied the statement attributed to the Revolutionary Guards, calling it false and unfounded. And apparently the Iranian military is saying that they did not fire this ballistic missile. So apparently it's a magic missile. It just showed up out of nowhere, and I guess it just got fired by happenstance or coincidence. Of course, I'm being sarcastic here, but the Iranians are claiming they don't know anything about this. So take that for what you will. The Iranians are known for lying
an AI picture.
Government, so we'll have to wait and see. But also, by the way, for this fake magic missile, we also have one more video apparently showing it going through the skies here in western Iran. So let's take a look at this one and see if this looks like a fake missile. Alright, so right here we allegedly have a second view of the magic missile that Iran did not fire, according to what they're saying. But as you can see right there, it appears to be going through the sky, and it appears to have picked up some speed in this clip, and it's once again allegedly heading toward Iraq. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with this, and if we get the confirmed impact from this inside of Iraq. Some people are saying it's heading toward the Kurds, but right now we simply don't know. Right now the target is unspecified as of right this second, so we're going to be monitoring that one closely. But with that, we're moving into our next post here, and this one goes to Conflict Radar. And let's move on from our news from Iran for just a second. We've also gotten very big news right now out of Venezuela, some equally large news. And right now we've seen the U.S. president has put out a post on Twitter, a very rare Twitter post, saying this. Let me go ahead and read this off for you. It says, "To all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. And thank you for the attention to the matter." And it quotes the president down here at the bottom. So this is the post that went out right here. Essentially an air air blockade of Venezuela as of this morning, and according to the tweet right here, it looks like the airspace is permanently closed by the United States over Venezuela. So also a major piece of news this morning indicating that something is likely imminent over Venezuela when it comes to striking on land against the Maduro regime. So a very big one there. But also we got some more news here in our next post, which goes to Fitux Network. And unfortunately I can't play the video here. If you want to see the video though, you can go to this guy's Twitter page and go take a look at it. All I can do is show a picture. But right now we're seeing that the US has apparently gotten a radar system operational at the airport in Trinidad and Tobago right now. So this is also a big piece of news right here. There is an operational new radar system there that the US has installed, apparently in preparation for these strikes against Maduro. So we're seeing that this morning as well. But we've even gotten more information here in our next post, which goes to conflict radar, and we can see right here that Venezuela's airspace is completely clear amid all the flight cancellations. And let's go ahead and take a look at the map. And there you can see it right here on the map. Venezuela is completely cleared out, and it looks like the airlines are taking that air blockade very seriously that the US president just announced this morning on Twitter, and there are no flights going to Venezuela. So pretty much if someone is stuck in Venezuela, their only way out is to leave by the land border, which is probably going to be a little bit tricky. So the Venezuelan situation is definitely heating up as well that we're seeing this morning, and we're also hearing some unconfirmed reports of US military movements off the coast, including more surveillance patrols that are typically going by the coast of Venezuela. So action could be imminent any hour now. We could be seeing action taking place against Venezuela at any point in the next 36 hours or so, but we'll have to wait and see. It could be a bluff, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. But moving into our next one here, this one also goes to Fitux Network. And oddly enough, it appears to be that some of these strikes by the United States military on some of these alleged narco boats is apparently raising some eyebrows in the Congress right now. We are hearing that the Senate Armed Services Committee says it's aware of reports of follow-on strikes on suspected narcotics vessels in the Southcom region, and the chairman and ranking members say they've requested information from the Pentagon and will conduct a vigorous oversight to determine what occurred near the coast of Venezuela. So to get you up to speed with this, right now there are allegations saying that the US apparently finished off survivors from one of those boats with a second strike. So right now that has raised some eyebrows to say the least, and it looks like they are finally doing their job in the Senate and actually looking into this, and also maybe the Congress will follow up as well. I'm not really sure how that's going to work, but we're seeing right now that there is an oversight committee looking at this, which they should have been doing a long time ago if you ask me, and it looks like it's a bipartisan effort that we're seeing right now. So they will be taking a look and seeing if these strikes are indeed legal or not. But moving into our next post here, this one goes to Visegrad 24. And let's move away from our news out of Venezuela for just a second and move on to our major Ukraine news. We've gotten some very big news out of Ukraine today. That Ukraine's released videos of their naval drones striking 2 alleged Russian Shadow Fleet oil tankers off the Turkish Black Sea coast yesterday. And the tankers were allegedly supposed to pick up oil in the Russian port of Novorossiysk, but it appears to be they were interdicted by the Ukrainian drones before they got there. So we have gotten confirmation today that Ukraine struck both of those oil tankers in the Black Sea using their sea drones that are extremely potent and very large with munitions. Apparently Ukraine struck both of them, so it turns out that our prediction last night was actually correct. Ukraine struck both of those vessels with their sea drones, and it was not a sea mine. It was actually 2 major attacks with sea drones. So let's take a look at the video here, and Ukraine actually released it the moment of the strikes on these vessels. So let's take a look. And unfortunately, I cannot play the audio in this video because it added some rock and roll. But as you see right there is the explosion right there. That was one of those sea drones hitting one of those oil tankers right there. And it appears to have hit it right at the back near the control tower. And that was a huge hit right there. You can see how much ammunition that drone was carrying. It was quite a lot to cause that big of a hole in the ship. And right here we get another angle. In fact, here's a thermal view of it right here from the sea drone itself, and it's bobbing in. It's going straight for what appears to be maybe the rudder. Actually, it's taking a right turn there. It exploded on the back of that ship. So remarkable footage we're getting here. This is actually Ukraine carrying out these strikes in the moment, and that we're seeing right here on camera. So wild to see this. And as you can see, there's another explosion right there, maybe on the second ship that we saw right there in the video. So just crazy scenes right there. Also, there appears to be a fire engulfing pretty much the entire control stack. But as you can see right there, major hits right there, and it's confirmed that Ukraine hit both of them, which is crazy to see that confirmation a day later. But moving into this one, our next post here, this one goes to Ocean Defender, and not only did Ukraine Ukraine strike those vessels, but now we're hearing that the Turkish Transport Ministry is reporting that those oil tankers were attacked a second time this morning in the southern Black Sea by Ukraine again. They've struck it a second time, and 20 crew members aboard the vessels were evacuated on Friday following the first attack, with the ship said to be actively burning and sinking off the coast of Turkey. So right here you can see there appears to be some of the damage right here on the picture, and also we got one more image here showing more damage from that sea drone. As you can see though, the damage is severe on these vessels, and Ukraine struck them twice, 2 times in a row, which is crazy to see. But with that, we're moving on to our next post here, and this one goes to Null Reports, and we've also gotten an update about what has happened to these vessels this morning, and right now we're seeing that one of these tankers is being towed toward Turkey after surviving multiple attacks by Ukrainian naval drones, and the vessel sustained damage in the Black Sea and had burned through the night before the rescue efforts began. So right here is a new image. This is a daytime image showing the vessel allegedly being towed to the Turkish port, and as you can see, the side of the vessel is just burned and charred to a crisp. There's obviously damage in the hull right there, and this vessel is in foul shape that we're seeing right there. But our second image here shows an up-close picture of the holes right here in the hull, and those are quite severe. One appears to be at the water line right there at the bottom, and it looks like those drones did a lot of damage. So that's currently what's happening. They're being towed back to port, and it looks like Ukraine carried out a bunch of damage to those vessels. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Military News Ukraine. Also, by the way, we did see last night a major attack by Russia on Ukraine using UAVs and missiles, and right here you can see on the map, this was the location of the strikes and also the vectors in which these Russian drones came in from. And as you can see, it was quite a lot of damage, and mainly targeting Kyiv of all the places last night. So we did see this major attack, and while this major attack was happening, it turns out that Poland was actually taking protective measures on their own accord. And we see here in this post from Visegrad 24 that Poland suspended operations at Lublin and Rzeszów airports to allow fighter jets to operate along the Ukrainian border during the large and ongoing Russian cruise missile and drone attack against Ukraine. So we did see last night there was a NOTAM issued for the Lublin International Airport, and also apparently there was one issued for Rzeszów as well last night, and we can see the airspace was pretty much cleared out in that area of Poland. So that is pretty much normal at this point. That's what Poland always does to protect their airspace whenever there's a major Russian drone attack on Ukraine. They pretty much always do this, so nothing crazy or nothing really new, but there were apparently F-16s in the sky last night from Poland, protecting their skies from any alleged Russian drone attacks on their country. So also very big news. But moving on to our next post here, this one's going to go to Military News Ukraine, and we've also seen that Ukraine's imposed some more sanctions on the Russian oil industry, and we've gotten reports of a major fire in the area of the Kursk refinery yet again in Russia's Orenburg Oblast. So we do see here a big video showing a very big fire, so let's take a look at this one. So right there you can see there is the major fire at this oil refinery. In fact, the wall of smoke going down the length of the city here is so thick it almost looks like a huge cloud, like a fog cloud, but it's smoke. All this is smoke from the plant here, and that is a very big hit. So it looks like the Ukrainian sanctions are once again back in action against Russia, and they are in some deep trouble yet again. Well, they can't afford that loss because they're going broke. So this right here is not going to help their wallet if they even have a wallet anymore. But moving on to our next post here, this one's going to go to War Translated. We also saw that not only were some oil sanctions happening, but also some very explosive sanctionings were also occurring in Volgograd as well. And it looks like Volgograd got some very big hits from some of these Ukrainian drones. So let's take a look. Oh, and not so peaceful after all. In fact, this guy right here was very shocked by that. He was not expecting a visit from Krampus this early in the year, but apparently he has arrived, and he's arrived in his hellish-looking sleigh, and it looks like the sleigh happened to look like a Ukrainian drone and sounded like a mosquito, but apparently he came in and struck, and that was a big hit right there in Volgograd. Not really sure what it hit, but it did hit something, obviously, so we'll have to find out when the reports come out. But moving into our next post here, this one's also going to go to War Translated, and we have a small update here about these negotiations that the U.S. is engaging in with Russia and Ukraine. And right now we're hearing a Ukrainian delegation will arrive in the U.S. tonight to continue the Geneva talks, with constructive American side making it realistic to finalize dignified war-ending steps within days, said Zelensky. So once again, not really sure where this is going to go. Not really sure. We'll have to wait and see on this one. I'm kind of tired of commenting on it because we don't really know what's true, what's not true at this point. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on with it and see what happens. But that is the report. The Ukrainian delegation will arrive in the U.S. tonight to continue these pointless talks, to be perfectly honest. But anyways, folks, that is actually our last post of the video. And if you found today's video informative and thought it was something that informed you about what was happening around the world, which today we had a hell of a lot of news, make sure you smack that like button and also subscribe to the channel as well for more breaking news updates just like this one. And the world's going crazy today, folks. I don't know why, but today on Saturday, the world went berserk, and it looks like we're entering another period of a very big news cycle that we're seeing right now, especially coming out of Iran and Venezuela, and also, in fact, Ukraine as well. So we're waiting to see if China wants to jump into this mix, because, of course, they always want to jump in when stuff starts going crazy, so they might end up doing something with Taiwan or Japan. We'll have to wait and see. But on that note, folks, if you want to support our channel financially, you can do so on our Patreon page, and the link for Patreon is in the description below, and you can go over there and simply sign up for it. Could be a $5 or $10 a month membership. Any amount of subscription on Patreon helps the channel tremendously, and we do appreciate the support very much, and it does help to keep us on the air and reporting the news for everybody to hear. So a huge shout out to our Patreon supporters for keeping us on the air, and we do appreciate that. And we will see you all tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, and if anything breaks out with Venezuela or Iran, etc., and we need to run an emergency stream, we will be putting out a notice on Twitter and also sending out a notice here on YouTube as well that we will be running an emergency stream, as it's very possible that something could majorly break out right now at any point in the near future. So we will be keeping an eye out for that. But in the meantime, though, we will see you on stream tonight. And with that, bye-bye for now.
Done. I know, Missy. Okay. I really don't think Congress and the Senate need to investigate whatsoever, but yeah, sure, go ahead. I don't think there's anything illegal about killing terrorists. But sure, if they want to investigate it and waste our tax dollars, go for it. Yeah.
Oh my God, she's still out there right now.
Still talking about
tweets a passive-aggressive attack at Asmon. So she's tweeting and talking about me again? God damn.
Says right wings bot farm artificially inflate the popularity of red pill ideology. More people join in because it's seen as popular and easy money. Anybody who speaks against red pill ideology gets artificial hate, ridicule from right-wing bot farms. Is this not what's happening? No, it's not. You're just an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. Where does... These people have no brains. It's so infuriating sometimes. Just can't stand it.
What's this bitch doing? Like, how do you even do this? What's she talking about me for? And so what's this here? Right-wing bot farms artificially inflate the popularity of red pill ideology. More people join in because it's seen as popular and easy money. And anybody who speaks against red pill ideology gets artificial hate and ridicule from right-wing bot.
Yeah. It's okay. She just went out of my arms. She's been sucking on my thumb. Just sucking on my thumb. Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna get down pat.
Little kid.
I'm gonna go down pat. Brother. Hey, your baby.
Want me to take her?
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
He calmed down quick.
Deep in. Whenever an adult gets upset with him, he always goes, deep breath. Have you noticed that? Still crying. Okay. I said, oh, hold you if you're still crying. He's just tired. So happy, get in. You're fine. You're gonna eat this and then you're going to bed.
Have some snow. Then we go to bed.
Bluey.
Hey. He's yeah. Oh! What's it? God. God. Mom, you have me and you taste me. You got this for me. Mom, you taste me and you got this. Mom, you got this.
We're back. Let's see what the rest of this drama's about.
Is this not what's happening? Yeah, everybody that disagrees with you is a robot. That's exactly right. Let's go back. We're going to look and see. Okay, here we go. At least, this is another one here. Harass me and directs the bot farms into my comment sections instead of memeing trans teenagers into suicide and spreading Holocaust denial. Gotta look on the bright side. 900 replies. My sister made a post and is being attacked by incels claiming my family deserves to have our home taken because of consequences. Please show us some support. Bro, every comment on here is just about me.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about me. Holy shit.
Yankee Batman's name out of her mouth. Seriously.
Like, her entire fucking account is just about me. Overwhelmed by relentless... Oh, God. Is this another one?
You know, like, I'm somebody who deals with, like, a lot of harassment. I've dealt with, like, a lot of harassment over the years. Like,
yeah, so am I. From you, bitch. What do you mean?
a lot. Like, I would say more than most people, but it's even, like, getting to be just, like, a little bit too much for me sometimes, like, honestly.
Can't stand the heat, get out of the
kitchen. Exactly.
You know, and I'm somebody
who... You sit there talking shit all the time, talking shit constantly, and now you get a little bit of it back, and you're a victim. Well, I guess you are.
Dealt with a lot of harassment.
Permanent victim.
Having, like,
made her
people,
bed,
like,
let her lay in it.
You know, doxing me all the time, like...
Oh, wow, that's too bad. It's never happened to me.
Tweeting at me my address and...
Wait, they're tweeting at you? Oh, no.
Shit all the fucking time.
Yeah.
You know, basically...
Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have fucked around.
Nope. Never find out.
Constantly saying things to goad me into killing myself all the time.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Things like... You know, Ethan Klein is going to ruin my life. That he's
going to. He is. And I'm going to watch the entire thing and laugh at it the whole time. It's going to be great. Can't wait.
Going to foreclose on.
And actually, like, that's not even really true because, like, Ethan Klein being able to ruin her life implies that her life isn't already ruined to begin with.
Yeah,
Your
true.
life is already ruined to begin with. You are a deadbeat, burnout, loser streamer that's barely getting by. You barely get by grifting off of other deadbeat, loser, middle-aged women that hate men for a various amount of reasons. And this is what you've been doing for the better part of 10 years now. And so that's it. Like, you used to be a booby streamer. You used to farm that stuff. You used to capitalize and spread those negative stereotypes yourself. But now, once your looks have faded, now you're not able to do it anymore. And so now you decide to just dedicate all of your streams to hating men that are more successful than you ever were. That's all you do. That's all you were. That's all you are.
Your truth.
That's how it is. Sorry. That's life.
On my house, that I'm going to be homeless on the streets, that I'm going to have to be prostituting myself for money and
Nobody
shit.
said that. I didn't say that.
All sorts of really fucked up, awful shit said to me across all social media on a constant fucking basis.
And it's gonna get worse too. It's gonna get worse, and you're gonna deserve every single little bit of it. No sympathy, no sympathy.
Not for me
no
either.
Remorse, no relenting. This
Like I
is
said,
not
she
gonna
made her
stop.
bed, let her lay in it.
It's going to get worse. You are a crybaby. You have no problem bullying and lying about people constantly, and now it's happening to you. Thank
Still
God.
crying about Asmongold.
Thank God. Not a moment too soon.
Like his community's going over and picking on her and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, your community did that to me for years.
Good. Maybe you should quit. Do everybody a favor.
Now he's telling her to just quit streaming and she can't handle it.
You know, like, I feel anxious, like I feel under threat all the time, like...
Yeah. There you go. Like,
crybaby, crybaby, crybaby.
Got the skull sent to his house. I wonder if he felt under threat or he had CPS weaponized against him because of some fucking internet drama.
Yeah, exactly. Those are real life actions.
I bet he felt like, I mean, personally, I bet he was under threat, right?
Oh, definitely from you.
That's the way I would feel if I was Ethan.
I'm not asking from her.
I'm waking up in the middle of the fucking night screaming, okay?
Damn, that's crazy. Wow. How could you have done this to yourself? That's crazy. That's so sad.
It's not.
But
Just
yeah,
quit, bitch. Just quit.
Like, I am in a very, like...
I want to let you know that
Definitely agree.
every time that I see a clip like this, the only thing this tells me is that what I'm doing is working. I don't have any sympathy for you. I will never have any sympathy for you. Whenever I see this, this is a reward. Because when I see this, I see a person that is an abusive, aggressive, obnoxious, like nasty person getting what they deserve. This is like, you really like, this is like basically, if you told me I won, it wouldn't have felt good as being able to watch this. This is amazing. This is a beautiful moment. Exactly. The more she cries,
very
better I feel.
emotionally
Absolutely.
vulnerable position, and it's hard to be
Really?
strong
That's
all
so
the
sad.
time, especially whenever I don't
That's
feel
so
like I
sad.
have like a whole lot of support.
Yeah, because nobody likes you because you're a nasty bitch. You're a nasty, disgusting bitch, and nobody ever liked you. And now they especially don't. And the only people that find any solidarity with you are people who are just as obnoxious and nasty as you are. That's it.
Honestly, like I have, you know, some people on the left, like I have like my viewers, but it's like I don't really have, you know, support of like many like people with like huge platforms.
Well, why would anybody with a huge platform want to talk about supporting you? You're awful. Like, maybe, like, I mean, have you ever thought, like, this is what's so crazy is that people like this, they always look at every single other thing other than the thing that they're doing, right? Like, there's always some other reason why this is happening to them. Somebody is doing this to them. They can never take accountability. They can never say, hey, you know what? Maybe I made a mistake. No, they have to constantly go and blame somebody else, blame something else, blame any other thing other than themselves. So yeah, that's it. Why is it so hard to acknowledge fault? Well, I mean, again, like and this is the reason why they're lying gaslighters, they're cry bullies, they're just obnoxious. When you say you don't hate anybody, does that include Casey? Do I hate her? I don't really hate her. I just think that it's funny to watch this happen. To be honest with you, I do. I think it's hilarious, and I hope it gets worse. I do. She's an awful person. She's been an awful person for like a decade, and she's harassed people constantly. She's harassed me constantly. Like, and I don't have, like, this is one thing for me. It's like, I have literally no empathy for people that I don't like. Like, I have literally zero. I don't care what happens to them. I don't care how bad it is for them. That's it. You hate Nina, though? I don't even really hate Nina. Nina has like such a low brain function that it's like you don't hate an animal. Like, do you hate a raccoon whenever it gets in your house and causes problems? No, that's the way I feel about Nina, right? It's like an animal, basically.
Like I have the ire of so many hateful incel communities, basically because I've just spoken out.
Well, then you shouldn't have been speaking out. You shouldn't have been talking shit. You talking shit the whole time.
Over the years against misogyny. And,
yeah, against misogyny.
Yeah, I
You
just
haven't
feel
spoken
like
out
being
against
alone,
anything.
isolated a lot. Like it is really difficult what this is doing to me, and the kind
You've just
of like,
grifted for 10 years.
Stress that this is putting me under.
It's gonna get worse.
It is. It's very hard. But yeah,
Wow.
I think I'm gonna go for the night. I'll be back tomorrow.
Oh God!
Don't come back.
Sorry. I'm just tired. I'll be back tomorrow. And yeah.
See this nasty ass bitch. If I was in the position that she was in, she'd be saying the same things that I'm saying. She would be saying these are the consequences of your own actions. This is what you deserve. She'd be doing all this. She was been trying to get me banned all the time. She'd been trying to get me in trouble all the time. Nope, absolutely not. Enjoy the reality check? Absolutely. Is the consequences? Absolutely. And the thing is that girls like this love to try to prey on sympathy from simps and other women whenever they emotionally manipulate them to allow them to avoid accountability from their actions. But that doesn't work with me. It doesn't work with me, and I know that must be upsetting. That must be awful for you. But it's going to get a lot worse. It's going to be a lot worse, and I'm going to be there to watch it happen.
Then quickly.
I'm going to be there the whole time.
It's going to get worse quickly.
Do all our bots in chat use caps? No, I think it's just probably a thing. I don't know if she has bots, right? I mean, I wouldn't say that. What was her motive to come at you? Because I dated a girl that put her out of a job. That's the reason See, Casey Tron used to be a booby streamer, but then I dated a booby streamer that was a lot more attractive than her and more well-liked than her. And so that earned Casey Tron's dislike. And if you look at the timeline of her negatively tweeting about me, it lines up to right after I started dating Pink Sparkles, which is like, honestly, like, I mean, I don't blame them, right? I mean, like, I get it, right? I definitely get it. But that's the reason why she's always been in her feelings about me. That's the real reason.
Yeah.
Is because I basically dated the girl that put her out of a job. That's the reason.
Right.
So, yeah. And what if she was jealous? I mean, she's jealous of Izzy, for sure. Absolutely, she was. So, yeah. And women jealousy bullshit, that's what it was, right? And so makeup don't do shit. I mean, I don't know about that. But anyway, so...
have a good night.
Yeah, so you going offline about this. The constant harassment, doxing threats, hateful comments, people trying to kill myself can be overwhelming at times. People never tell me to kill myself. People never do that. They never do that, and they never harass me. Whenever, and this is what I think is funny, is that, like, these people, like, you think that whenever you make a negative tweet about me, that nothing happens to me. Well, it doesn't. But if I was as much of a pussy as you were, it would. And so whenever you make negative comments and say all this bad stuff about me, very clearly those people are now like taking that standard and running with it. They're going with it. They're pushing it, and they're being even more hostile. And so that's it. Females hate other females the most. I mean, I don't know really, but like that's the reason why she didn't like her. And Casey even spread lies about my ex-girlfriend too. Like, she's such a nasty, nasty person, right? And really... And now, after all those years, now everything is coming crashing down. Your world is collapsing. Your life is collapsing. Everything is going wrong. Your stream is failing. You're losing your job. You're being sued. Nobody's supporting you. You have no friends. I could not have asked for karma to do a better job. This, to me, is like fucking cosmic justice. And like, I'm so privileged that I can at least play a very small role in tipping the scales of the fate in a direction that I think is fair. And so I want to let you know that whenever I do this, I am doing this, I think I'm the good guy. Like, I'm doing this for the betterment of the world. So you got to keep that in mind, right? This is divine intervention. So this is it. Yeah, chair's barely spot. You don't need to make fun of like the way she looks, right? I mean, that it doesn't matter. You're wrong. Her stream is not failing because it's never been successful to begin with. Actually, it used to be, but that was like 15 years ago, right? It's a long time ago. So yeah, and that was why you guys pushed it punch along. Now I saw her and I understand now. Oh, people didn't understand why I pushed it that bad? Yeah, that's exactly why. And this is it. Septum piercing, crystals, and astrology are a great way to ward off men. They'll never see you as an equal, never respect your interests or beliefs, and also never sexually satisfy you. For sure. Absolutely. I'll see if there's any more clips of this as well. Oh, this is her crying about it. And, this is her too. Israelis settling in Palestinian land. When did I ever say that? I never even said this. Like, this is the reason why I love to see you suffer. This is it. This, to me, is like fucking beautiful. Because you sit here and you are lying about me. I never even said that. I don't even believe that. So if I did say that, it was a mistake. I didn't. And so that's it. And so you're lying and making up bullshit. She's getting a lot of attention right now, though. Good for her. Good for her. I hope she's having fun. I certainly am. Sure. So, yeah. And by covering her, you're giving her free publicity. Well, I don't think it's really free. It comes at a cost to her. So I don't know if there's any more of this, too. But, yeah, Jason.
Every once in a while, bro.
Yep.
Jesus, man. She got left in fucking 2012, bro. Does she have a family yet? This case she's trying to do nowadays, man. She just tweets.
Oh, man. I love to hear it. Jewish today, Nazi tomorrow. Bro, I got the daily faction swap. That's it. Asmongold, that's how people are insane. This is it. Her talking about this again. And it is just so sad. Her trying to farm all this hate on me. And this is what's going to happen more and more and more.
I just can't do it anymore. I can't.
Is this all you do? You just sit on your stream and cry and bait sympathy? Is this what you do?
I hate it here. I do. I fucking hate it here. I can't. I'm not joking. I fucking hate it here. No, I really fucking do. I'm not joking. I really fucking do. I'm starting to fucking hate it here.
Oh, it's gonna get so much worse. I can't wait. Oh my god.
Bait
so yeah,
sympathy.
there you go. And then leave, bitch. Yeah, exactly. What do you mean? And,
you have all the power in the world to stop.
Like, this is just absolutely fucking
Yeah,
beautiful.
she's always
Like, I
talking about
really-
Aspen.
There's another one. This the
Now
high
she's fat.
Amazon purchases. Why are the comments on this so atrocious? Oh, really? I wonder what that is. That's me. Jesus
Yep,
Christ.
Shrek
Well,
is
there we go,
definitely her.
guys.
Look.
And yeah, the catharsis is real. Absolutely. And I am just so fucking
What, me?
all purposes labor and providing, emotionally stunted, of course, right? And if you hate something, why would you keep doing it? Exactly. Yeah. Why you even do this? And so
Well, look,
I
you
just
saw
wanna
it?
say that just the more that you talk about it, it's basically like
That's a good clip. I'm
you know,
clipping
if
that.
you want me to like to not like, because I like the I like this the like
Let's make sure we get it. We gotta get the voice in it. Okay, you might want to just take my phone if he has more codes. Hey, can you get the phone, Mom? My phone, Mom.
yeah, why you even a lot of attention right now though? Good for her. Good for her. I hope she's having fun. I certainly am.
Sure.
So yeah, and by covering her, you're giving her free publicity. Well, I don't think it's really free. It comes at a cost to her. So I don't know if there's any more of this too, but yeah, Jason.
Every once in a while, bro.
Yep.
Jesus, man, she got left in fucking 2012, bro. Does she have a family yet? This case she's trying to do nowadays, man. She just tweet.
Oh man, I love to hear it. Jewish today, Nazi tomorrow. Bro, I got the daily faction swap. That's it. Asmongold, acting out to people insane. This is it. Her talking about this again. And it is just so sad. Her trying to farm all this hate on me. And this is what's going to happen more and more and more.
I just can't do it anymore. I can't.
Is this all you do? You just sit on your stream and cry and bait sympathy? Is this what you do?
hate it here. I do. I fucking hate it here. I can't. I'm not joking.
Bait
So yeah,
sympathy.
there you go. And then leave, bitch. Yeah, exactly. What do you
Yep.
mean? And
You have all the power in the world to
bro,
stop.
like, this is just absolutely fucking
Yeah,
beautiful.
she's always
Like, I
talking about
really-
Aspen.
There's another one. This the
Now
high
she's fat.
Amazon purchases. Why are the comments on this so atrocious? Oh, really? I wonder what that is. That's me. Jesus
Yep,
Christ.
Shrek
Well,
is
there we go,
definitely her.
guys.
Look.
And yeah, the catharsis. The I like this the like the I like this the bitch. Yeah, exactly. What of the fate in a direction doing this for the betterment of this is stand now. Oh, people didn't. And so
Dude,
oh,
'cause
this
you're
is her
crazy,
crying
man.
about it. I'm doing there's barrels has never been to be, but that was like 15 years ago, right? It's a long time ago. And, I never see leaves. And oh, this Israeli settling in Palestinian land. There's another one. This the
Now
high
she's fat.
Amazon purchases. Why are the comments on this? Basically like
That's a good clip. I'm
you know,
clipping that.
you want me to like to not like because you Israelis settling in Palestinian land. When did I ever say? When did I ever say that? I never even said this. Like this is the reason why I love to see you suffer. This is it. This to me is like fucking beautiful. Because you sit here and you are lying about me. I never even said that. I don't even believe that. So if I did say that, it was a mistake. I didn't. And so that's it. And so you're lying and making up bullshit. She's getting a lot of attention right now, though. Good for her. Good for her. I hope she's having fun. I certainly am.
Sure.
So yeah, and by covering her, you're giving her free publicity. Well, I don't think it's really free. It comes at a cost to her. So I don't know if there's any more of this too, but yeah, Jason.
Every once in a while, bro.
Yep.
Jesus, man, she got left in fucking 2012, bro. Does she have a family yet? This case she's trying to do nowadays, man. She just tweets.
Oh man, I love to hear it. Jewish today, Nazi tomorrow. Bro, I got the daily faction swap. That's it. Asmongold, that's how people insane. This is it. Her talking about this again, and it is just so sad. Her.
There we go. Okay, we got it. Hey, you're too tired. Oh, why are you crying then? You know why you're crying? Kid is so stinking tired. Hey, you're super sleepy. I can tell. Close your eyes. Just close them. You're okay. She loves rolling over. Yeah, she's having fun. She's having fun rolling around. Mm-hmm. Getting strong. Yeah, she's trying to crawl. She's trying to get up on her knees. That's what she's trying to do. She's a strong-willed baby.
The system.
Yeah.
Well, she does
like the back and forth.
Assistance. Assistance. What are you doing, babies?
That baby girl.
What are you doing, squealers?
But she's getting good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, like what? Like what? If she wants to walk, she's
I'll try this again. Keeps freezing up on me. You're the coupon man. You're the coupon man. For sure. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the gravel. It is really buggy. Like every second it stops. Let's restart it. What's up? Oh no, are you getting mad? Sounds like she's getting mad.
How you doing? Oh.
Okay, that looks better. kind of. Oh, I forgot how his screen get. I've been using too much RAM, maybe 50%. Diva, you big butt. Dun, 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 dun. Will it work? There it is. I guess I just have to leave it on auto, huh? Hit live. No idea why it's doing this. Care about it there. It says I'm live. We're good. I'm doing 48 FPS. It says we're taking off, so. There we go. Okay. Why is that over there? Okay, I'm finished,
right?
Video.
And so if you want me to stop talking about it, then all you need to do is stop talking about it. But if you keep talking about me, I'm going to keep talking about you. That's what's going to happen. And there's a whole lot more people that listen to me. And if you want to go and play like a victim, well, you will be. Too bad. I don't feel bad. I don't care. That's what you get. Move on from this hog. I'm developing anything. Yeah, I know. I get it, right? But it's cause and effect. Exactly. What are the comments on a post? I have no idea. I don't even read it, right? So, yeah. Circle of life. Exactly. And you're trapped in with us? Exactly. It's fucking embarrassing. She never stopped talking about you because she thinks he has the moral high ground. I don't need the moral high ground. I do it for fun. Like, that's the difference, right? Yeah, I didn't give a fuck about that. And again, I think I do have the moral high ground, but if I don't need it. Yeah, I still do it for fun anyway. So yeah, that's it. Crashing a plane with no survivors. That's right. And do it for the love. Yeah, I do it for the love of the game and the hate of the world. That is what I do every fucking day. And every day I wake up in the morning and I think to myself, maybe I don't want to stream. But then I see somebody that's nasty like that and I think to myself, maybe I can make their life worse. And then I go live and I never fucking regret it. It is one of the main things that keeps me going. I love it. And people want to go and say, oh, that's bad. You shouldn't be like this or whatever. Too bad. I am. I am. It is what I am. It is in my DNA, and I love it, man. I fucking love it. Streaming out of spite, absolutely.
Yeah, Casey Tron's rough.
For today's video, I decided to sign
woman.
up for a $20,000 qualifier.
$20 light. All right, starting the polls. Do we get light? Yes, no. Thumbs up. Decahedron. Oh, it's dodecahedron. No, dodecahedron. You guys don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. We're all stupid. We're all dumb as rocks.
Not a fan of that light. I can make that.
Oh God, yeah. Both. You know what's funny? I was actually worried in the beginning of this that making both chats agree on something was gonna be a bad idea, but actually it's been a great one. You guys have only disagreed on a single item so far. You guys literally have only disagreed on a single item. You pretty much are in agreement. And it's like not close. All right. Both chats have voted a resounding no. Resounding no from both chats. We will not get it. What in the fuck is this thing? We have a Honda Civic Del Sol 1996 to 2000 Chilton Total Car Series manual. It's a manual for a Honda Civic.
No.
Starting the poll. Flats, get a job, you lazy bum. Stop taking people's monies with a smile on your face. I'm literally buying whatever the fuck you guys want, you absolute buffoon. I'm spending my own money on this, you fucking dumbass. You're taking my money. I'm not taking yours. You're taking mine. You absolute moron.
Didn't need me to take her.
You know what? I should pay some money for you to go back to school so our society doesn't fall apart.
Babies? Big girl? You okay?
Anyways, what was I saying?
Butter? Easy butter? Hi,
I don't remember what I
butter.
was saying. All right.
Oh.
Oh, this is guys.
Oh,
Guys.
God. How's it going?
This is something I hadn't expect to happen. We have a 50-50 yes says Twitch chat with YouTube chat and a resounding no. Twitch chat voted yes by 2 votes. YouTube chat came in with the absolute ban hammer. It said, nah, we good. That was close. I ain't gonna lie, that was real close. We are skipping the Honda Civic manual. Damn. Didn't see that one coming.
Do it. You okay with this? You want to stand like this?
Guys, what's with you guys in lamps? What is this shit? I'm starting to get concerned. We've got a chicken egg lamp where the light is in his butt.
Well, I gotta vote yes on that one. That's hilarious.
All right, starting the poll. Do we buy chicken lamp? Yes? No? Yo, thank you for the super chat. Why has YouTube been the most responsible so far? YouTube chat actually being very responsible.
Get in your bed.
I don't know what's going on. Twitch chat, what's going on? YouTube's been bailed us out twice now. All right. Oh, Twitch chat's calling you guys boring. Oh, wait a minute. Twitch chat calls YouTube chat boring. Oh, you guys gonna take that? You guys gonna take that from them? You guys gonna take that? By the way, as a reminder while we're waiting, if you want to submit your own links for Amazon links, Flats 2, my VODs channel on Twitch, look at all the links that are in here. Make sure it's Amazon. That's the big rule. Oh, you gonna take that? Hey, don't let him shit talk you like that.
You mean lame-o boring sauce with a hint of lack of fun, spice, and everything nice.
Oh, flaming him. Also, by the way, both chats have voted yes to the chicken egg, to the chicken butt. Chicken butt lamp gets a double yes added to the cart. $18, not too bad actually. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right. Next up, we've got a iconic Pokemon Pokeball 3D wall light. All right, we kind of already have one of these. We already got a Pokemon light, but we will vote for another. Do we get Pokeball light? Yes? No? Go.
I mean, YouTube is the boomer platform. Makes sense, honestly. They were around before fun was invented. Nodders.
Don't make me take my 50 subs.
They're not voting yes on this one. I wanted him to get the Pokeball
They
light.
won't take their subs back. Oh, yo, what? Wait a minute. Hang on. Wait, what? No, don't do that. I want my... No, the subs help me. Yo, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Weston, for the bits as well. Appreciate it. Chat, do we buy the Pokeball wall light?
What?
Pokeball wall light. We did already get a Pokeball light, but this is a wall light. No, it's gonna burn too much light. What is? Hang on, I'm just curious. What does burning too much light mean? Like the electricity bill? I'm just curious. I'm genuinely just a little curious.
Yeah.
All right. This is a resounding no from both platforms. YouTube chats is only a 75%. Twitch chat.
Fuck you.
With a 92.
Take your subs back. You'll need the money with how bum-ass your takes are, YouTube. Broke just like your algorithm and AI moderation.
That's wild. That's fighting words. All right, next one. Next link. Yo, what the hell is this thing? God Series Art Nightlight. Do we buy? Copy and paste. Oh no, that wouldn't work because I got a lamp.
I need to vote, Savannah. Yeah, I need to vote. I want to vote on this bug lamp.
Bro, stop with the lights. You guys are the ones that are submitting.
Yeah.
The only place where thousands of people can type at once and still produce less collective intelligence than a broken toaster.
Yo, YouTube chat talking they shit tonight. Oh my god, I've never seen this kind of behavior out of them. Wait a minute. Wait, YouTube recently I had to switch my overlays around so YouTube chat gets started technically first so they get 1440p. And all of a sudden they walking different these days. The super chat over there, by the way. Why are they all lamps? True. Thank you for the super chat. Wait, who is submitting all these lamps?
What are you doing?
I know Twitch chat isn't talking. All they know is chads and
It's crazy. This is actual crazy talk. By the way, both chats have voted yes to buying the pug lamp. Guys, why are we buying lamps? Why is there so many lamps? I mean, I'm getting it because like that's the rules of the stream. But why are we getting so many lamps, guys? What's going on? Next up. Randimals Horse and Shark Hybrid Realistic Animal Toy. Unique mix of safari toys and farm animals, small figurines, Hork minifigures for kids and adults. This is not for kids. That is actual nightmare fuel. Bro, who submitted the shark horse?
Once I was a Twitch viewer, but then I grew up and
Listen
got
here,
better.
YouTube chat.
Now I
You
only
better
go to
sit
Twitch
down
for
and
views,
know
and
what's
so my
good
goat
for you.
can give me
Yo, by the way.
all these lamps was a bright idea.
Okay, that was a good one. Yo, Satan Donkey, by the way. Thank you for the 5 gifted. W Satan's Donkey. Appreciate you.
What are you doing? I want to buy the horse. I want to buy the shark horse.
Oh.
This stand where Jeff is on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a made up creature. It's
Hey, hey.
doesn't matter. Make it. You can't see me holding a baby.
Now
you can.
But now we can't. We're having a hard time seeing your face. I can help you if you want.
There we go.
Oh.
Drop a little bit more. Only see a little bit of the baby now. Put this camera on, or the baby camera. Down.
What are you doing?
What do you want one to? You're just gonna complain your ways outside of my arms. Let's see what George has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. I'm not alone today, and I'm sitting down. I'm here with my great friend Lou Valentino. We're going to be talking about one of the most interesting stories happening in the country right now with President Trump's maximum pressure campaign on the socialist dictator of Venezuela's regime, Nicolas Maduro. It's really interesting. General Flynn just confirmed what everyone's been waiting to see confirmed. People have been wondering where President Trump is taking this military buildup. I mean, it's a historic military buildup. You have all kinds of naval assets, Air Force assets, all coming up into the Caribbean. And yes, it's for narco-terrorism to combat drugs coming into the United States.
He's getting angry with me.
And yes, that operation will go into land as well. But people need to understand that, yeah, you're killing two stones with one bird. That's what we say around here, Lou. Not two birds with one stone. It's two stones with one bird. You're ending drug flow and drug trafficking into the country, but you're also aiming to
got my baby camera.
Regime change in Venezuela.
That one.
Because you can't have the richest oil country in the world aligned with America's economic and military adversaries.
You gotta fix the color on this
China
camera.
and Russia, respectively. So
How
let's
you
go
doing?
into what General Flynn posted very recently, Lou. He said, Maduro, I think it's time. Because, ladies and gentlemen, General Flynn knows what President Trump meant by this statement he put out this morning saying to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Lou, have you seen a president ever in history who's closing foreign countries' airspaces on Twitter?
No, this is one of the first times. And by the way, thank you for having me. Shout out to Mike Flynn, General Mike Flynn. I've had him on the show before. He's been so on point when it comes to calling this play by play. And one of the main reasons he says this is because, of course, it is time. And I was telling George about all these patriots who are Venezuelan, who love Venezuela, but have lived under Maduro now for some time. And They explain you the history of what it is to have a regime change, what it is to be backed by the United States in this mission, because a lot of them, right, unlike the leftists here, really don't have any freedom. And I know there's a lot of people against this strategy by President Trump to surround, right? You hear Pete Hegseth and you hear the surrounding, and now he's closing the airspace in a different country. I mean, that's crazy. But in my opinion, we can dive deeper into why we think this is the right move. But
Right.
this is prime time. It is prime time. And any day now, you can either hear that they fought back or he gave himself up, or one of them in his camp gave him up, that being Maduro. So what will happen is a very interesting, it's going to be a very interesting weekend going into this week, but I think it definitely happens sometime by this weekend or before this weekend is over.
Yeah, I think the administration is considering the fact that the year is about to end. You don't want to be dragging this out to next year. You want people focused on domestic issues. So I think they want to wrap this up very quickly, at least the public pressure campaign and everything else. They want Maduro gone. General Flynn, you said there, is one of the coolest people ever. I actually met him last year at AmFest when we went together. So I went backstage, Lou. I'm cooler than you like that. They took me backstage and I met General Michael Flynn. And I was surprised he knew who I was. Even he followed me on X, but I didn't realize like he actually knew who this black guy was, Blacker Carlson, Chocolate Superman. Anyways, here's that cringe video. I'm getting copyright struck, Lou. Why am I playing a video that's from a movie, but or song from a movie? But yeah, General Flynn was nice, very kind in person. But here's a video, Lou, as you were talking about why Venezuelans want the United States brought into this conflict to help them out. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he is a Latino.
He is a Cuban.
Oh, yeah, he's Cuban. And here's how you know he's really from Latin America. He has 4 jobs right now. This man is U.S. aid advisor. He's working 4 shifts. That's crazy. He just came in, thought Secretary of State wasn't enough, and he took 4 freaking jobs. But here's Marco Rubio telling the world that why are they criticizing the United States for wanting to protect our hemisphere? But before we play that, Lou, you have something to say?
Well, no, I was just going to say to a lot of people that have immigrated to the United States and that have literally left communism and socialism, I know how happy you are for this very moment. And I know how excited you are to hear and see Marco Rubio stepping up to the plate here, as he's going to give a breakdown as to, again, the criticizers of how we handle our business.
I don't think that the European Union gets to determine what international law is. No, they certainly don't get to determine is how the United States defends its national security. The United States is under attack from organized criminal narco-terrorists in our hemisphere, and the president is responding in the defense of our country. I do find it interesting that all these countries want us to send, and supply, for example, nuclear-capable Tomahawk missiles to defend Europe. But when the United States positions aircraft carriers in our hemisphere where we live, somehow that's a problem. So I would say that the United States is, and this president has made very clear, his job is to protect the United States from threats against the United States, and that is what he's doing in this operation.
Wow.
Wow. That is based, bro.
No more baby.
Yeah.
How was it? Was that a shot at Ukraine? Was that a shot? Like
it was. It was. Vamos, Marco. Vamos. All right. Well, what's interesting is the administration is exercising the Monroe Doctrine, which was written by John Quincy Adams when he was Secretary of State under James Monroe. John Quincy Adams spent a lot of time in Russia as the U.S. ambassador to Russia when Napoleon was invading everybody in Europe and claiming all kinds of territory for France. So John Quincy saw how really, contentious Europe was all the time. He spent a lot of time there. So when he wrote the Monroe Doctrine, he was like, hey, we should stay out of Europe's affairs because they're crazy over there, but we should make sure the Western Hemisphere is protected from European influence, from all kinds of influence that is not American, because we're a superpower. It matters
we are
what goes on
superpower.
Right? You don't want to be the best house on the neighborhood and then have all these ghetto black people move in and they drop down the property values. So that's kind of what it is. Lou doesn't like that. Okay, he don't like those kind of race jokes. But on this channel, we're unhinged, baby. So that's what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said. But Lou, I want to take you back to the Venezuelan people because this is about them, right? Yes, it's about oil, and we need that money. We need that oil
Need
money.
that oil.
Yes, it's about that. It's about the economic impact that Venezuela has as the richest oil country in reserves, proven reserves in the world. But it's also about the people of Venezuela who in 2024, July last year, voted overwhelmingly to kick Maduro out. Do you know how I know that, Lou? Because I was reporting on this. This is kind of how I blew up on X. I was reporting on it very extensively. I remember a picture it got leaked somehow, of election workers with the Maduro regime at the Central Tabulation Center. They showed graphs, like they took a picture of them working, and in the background, the computers they were working on had these graphs showing who won and the results from different regions. And it was like the opposition won by like 2/3 of the vote everywhere. And you could see the giant like blue splice, and then Maduro's red party was like tiny. And it was like they didn't even realize that they were showing the world.
Could you give me another soda then, Gabe?
And the opposition were smart because what they did is they
No
worked with
rush.
the local election people from all the different election stations, and they collected the data before it got transported to the national body. So they already knew the results of almost every voting area before Maduro could just unilaterally declare himself winner. But this clip right here just
By the way, that election was, and we have seen all the videos and stuff. That election was, I think, the not the wake up call, I wouldn't say, but it definitely accelerated. Many people were hoping that Trump would get to this point after these results, because people were like, "Yo, this dude flat out literally stole an election," which is what they tried
Oh,
to say
wait a
that
minute.
Trump did.
I have a little.
But unironically, they're just proving how much we don't live in a society like this, because now who is trying to take this guy out? The same
Yeah.
guy that they call a fascist, the same guy they call a dictator. So a dictator trying to take out another dictator because they come on, bro. Like, it makes no sense.
Yeah. So here, I remember this. This was in August of 2024. Venezuelans literally kneeled down in the streets of their country praying to God to save them from the regime after he declared himself winner. I mean, so for them, this is like life changing. But I want to read this, and I think it's a long post, but I wrote this last year, right? And I said, God will not let the prayers of the Venezuelan people go to waste. And I pray that what we're seeing is a conclusion of this chapter in their lives, this chapter with Hugo Chavez and then Maduro after him. So I said, it's very odd that some people think the CIA is committing a coup there. The reality is that Venezuelans have suffered severely under socialism, and they know that this was their last chance to finally break free. Almost 8 million Venezuelans have fled to neighboring countries since 2014. In fact, right now, Lou, I don't know if you know this, but Chile is, they just elected a new president, and he's already wanting to deport all the Venezuelans. So same thing with Bolivia. All these countries are electing right-wing presidents, and there's a lot of illegal Venezuelans living there. And these Venezuelans are just getting treated like crap. Also, 1 million of them moved to the United States illegally, a lot of them under the Biden regime. So a lot of them have just fled their country. We're talking about a rich country in natural resources that was one of the richest in the world at some point, where prosperity was shared by everybody. And then they toyed with socialism, and now look.
Hugo Chavez stepped up to the plate.
Yep. And so a huge chunk has illegally crossed into the United States southern border. True. Venezuela used to be a prosperous nation until the socialists took over and plundered the wealth. Marxist propagandist. I was really referring to Jackson Hinkle because he loves these Marxist countries.
He loves Maduro.
Yeah, he loves Maduro. He wants people to believe Venezuela only lost its wealth because of American sanctions. See how I spelled that wrong? The blackness, man.
Yo, bro, what?
I didn't say Venezuela. I said Venezuelan only lost it. It's weird. Okay, but that's totally untrue. So the narrative from the left is the reason Venezuela lost its wealth and power and prosperity is because the United States sanctioned them. But that only started in like 2012, 2014 or something. And if anything, you'd have to blame Obama because he started the major sanctions on Venezuela. But that's not why Venezuela lost its prosperity. The socialists destroyed the free markets of Venezuela and made the people rely on the government. With their hammer of power, they drove businesses out of the country, and the people ended up with nothing but poverty and hunger. Having oil is not enough. You need good stewardship as well. Now, let's talk about the CIA and if they're behind this. While I do believe the West hates Maduro, I I don't think they needed a coup because the Venezuelans also wanted him gone. In order for something to be a coup, it has to be against the will of the people. This is one of those rare instances when the agenda of the deep state aligns with the desires of the people. Maduro can make himself seem like a martyr all he wants, but at the end of the day, he's a socialist tyrant who has plundered the country. I think the West views the stolen election as an opportunity to regain influence in Venezuela and get a favorable government. Mariah Corina isn't some CIA puppet. She's appealing to Venezuelans because she's a down to earth mom who led a great campaign. Additionally, neighboring countries despise Maduro, not just because of his antics in the region, but because they are overwhelmed by the refugees coming into their territories. The sooner Maduro is gone, the better it will be for everyone. It's as simple as that. We can end it there. But Lou, what do you think about all
I think you're hitting. I think you are, in my opinion, hitting some strong points. What are the strong points? Well, we are people who are very aware of what CIA has done to other countries, right? Destabilizing governments or overthrowing governments, and but they usually do it without telling us. This is an instance where Trump is legitimately telling you this is what we're doing. We are
closing
surrounding
their airspace.
We're closing their airspace. We are surrounding them. This has become a huge problem with all the drugs, the narco war, the narco trafficking, but not just that, just the people. And I think stuff like this is what will make Trump go down as because he's already a complicated figure for many people, right? Many people don't even know how to digest it. But I think in 20 years from now, when we are in our deep 40s and 50s, I think we're going to look at this move as a freeing of a country. Because when you hear, I'm telling you, if you have time, go talk to a Venezuelan. Please go talk to them. They sound just like Cubans. They sound like Marco Rubio. They sound like each other because they are fleeing what the socialist anti-constitution of the early days in Venezuela turned into, right? And the inspiration behind Fidel Castro and Hugo Chavez, when you learn that history. So it just, to me, it's a monumental moment. We know that there was a video. So I think you were the one that posted it of how Venezuela is getting ready. Bro, those people look like amateurs, bro. They need to drop those weapons. They need to chill out. You know what I mean? They need to, just let them take it, bro. Don't try to fight for this guy right here. This guy's a joke. And then
Whoa, look at Maduro.
English, it sounds worse.
Look what Trump has done to Maduro, man.
The people in the United States, they listen to me.
We don't listen.
The elevator. Yes. Peace. Yes.
Peace. Yes. No war. Peace. Just peace. Yeah, he's completely panicking.
Yeah.
And here's what's going on right now, militarily speaking, right? So President Trump closed their airspace, but Super Hornets from the United States are turning on their transponders over the Caribbean near Aruba and Curacao, right? And this is a Venezuelan opposition guy, so Eduardo Manoni. He and I were kind of front running that whole election integrity in Venezuela. And so you see U.S. flights literally off the coast of Venezuela, some of the most advanced aircraft. We've already had reconnaissance planes go around Venezuela. They're gathering intelligence, right? They're picking up satellite imagery from space. They know everything about where Maduro's operation is. And here's one of the stories that I thought was, this is how you know I'm obsessed with this, Lou. All of these stories came into my feed on X, and they're in Spanish. They were originally in Spanish, but X
translated it. Go to Spanish real quick. Go show the original.
Un avión de régimen, blah, blah, blah. Okay. A Venezuelan regime plane traveled to the border with Brazil amid growing U.S. military presence in the Caribbean region. According to a site that tracks all these flights, the aircraft departed from Caracas and flew to the border with the Brazilian state of Roraima before returning to the Venezuelan capital. They're saying Maduro fled. They're saying, there's like a lot of reports that Maduro is supposedly in the process of fleeing. There's also a report from the New York Times and CNN, I believe, that Maduro told the Trump administration that he's happy to step down in 18 months, but the Trump administration said, no, you're going to step down now. So Maduro is just kind of, he knows he's cornered. And here's the thing, his allies are Russia and China. China doesn't want to get entangled against the United States because they would.
But that meeting that Trump had with Vladimir Putin, a lot of people were suggesting that one of the main reasons you're not hearing Vladimir Putin really speak up on this is because Trump already, I think he made it very clear. Remember that when Trump showed the show with that plane flying over him? What was it? The F-1, was a bomber. It was a bomber.
B-2 bombers. Yeah.
It was a B-2 bomber, and it flew over Putin's head.
Right.
And I think during that time, Trump, a lot of people are, a Venezuelan told me this, not that it's true, but a lot of people are suggesting that during this time, Trump told Putin to just step aside, let him have this moment. He needs the people of Venezuela need this moment. So we'll see what the response is from China. We'll see what
China won't do anything because China, for
Okay.
example, China and Iran were economically
They want to build up
entangled.
power.
Iran
Taiwan.
sold most of their oil to China. But when Israel bombed Iran's nuclear facility, literally blowing up diplomatic talks between the United States and Iran, China did nothing because to them, it's like, hey, if we get entangled with the United States, they could blockade our entire trade. We surround China with these military bases across all their neighbors. Taiwan is a big bottleneck for China because if they have that island, they would control the semiconductor industry and thereby control the entire tech world. But we are allied with Taiwan, and now we're using Japan as a proxy state because Japan is now running their mouth to China, knowing they have U.S. military backing. They told China that we're worried that if you do anything to Taiwan, what it would do to us. And then China got really angry. Their embassy had to delete a really unhinged post because of how bad it made them look, going back at Japan. So we're doing this. We would choke China out if they got involved here. We would literally.
It would be like because of how Taiwan really is vulnerable to China, right? And then we've heard multiple reports for the last 4 years of China bombers surrounding or just having Taiwan and surrounding, right? Because we know they're obviously offshore, so you know we just don't know. But as you were explaining, in my opinion, I think the United States has been very strategic with how to handle that. I think that the same thing is a collateral and a domino effect to what's happening in Venezuela. So yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a very interesting few days, a week ahead. I don't know. Something's telling me that this is going to happen sooner than you.
Well, General Flynn said there that Maduro's time is basically up, right? He said it's time for you to finally get ousted. And okay, so it's not just those, planes flying around, and Maduro potentially leaving. Venezuelan authorities claim they have deployed heavy weaponry and missiles, including rocket launchers and various air defense systems in coastal areas. So Venezuela is, well, they've been preparing for, this escalation for a while. But Lou, it seems like
I pray that it doesn't become.
It's not going to be that. But what will happen is the U.S. will probably conduct kinetic strikes on facilities they say are linked to the cartel of the Suns, the cartel de Sules or something, and they will devastate those areas. And Maduro, because what Trump is doing is he's choking Maduro's options, right? Because Maduro, and he's going to give him that last option of exile. Maduro is going to have to flee to Cuba or China or Russia or Iran, somewhere, a state where he's going to be immune from extradition. Because what happens if Maduro steps down and just says, all right, guys, that's it. I step down. I'm going to just live in my house. No, the opposition is going to get power and prosecute the heck out of him because of all the crimes he's been involved in against the people. During that election, I mean, not only for rigging the election when he did, but by blocking the people from protesting, by arresting political opponents for protesting. And, the left here, they have a very twisted worldview.
Oh
right?
man, tell me
Because
about it.
when you say, look, Maduro is a dictator and he's a bad guy, they say that, oh, but the U.S. is going after him and he's just protecting his country. It's like, because Trump is the one applying the pressure on Maduro, they now like Maduro. It's so odd, Lou.
I think in closing, I think that's one of the things that I wrestle with the most is the fact that many leftists here have absolutely no clue how the people of these certain countries actually feel.
Yeah.
Which is why I say, go talk to a Venezuelan, go actually meet up with these people or talk to them and ask them about why they either fled or why they migrated here or what it is that they don't like or feel about Venezuela, and you'll get your answer. You'll get the same answers you get from
That's
Cuba.
why Miami votes red, because you have those Venezuelans, those Cubans, those Latin Americans from these socialist communist countries who know exactly how socialism and communism happens. They know that the moment the government starts saying, we're going to give you free stuff, that 20 years later, you'll be begging to go back to paying for things because you have nothing to buy anymore and you have no money to buy it with if you did. So I think you're completely right. And I pray to God that this is done in a very humane and Christian way. We don't want to be seeing
We don't want to be seen as massacres. Like we don't want to.
we don't want to be seeing that.
Yeah, we don't want to be seeing how Israel was seen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But thank you all very much for watching. Let's see what happens over the next few weeks and months. Hopefully, this doesn't push into the new year. I don't want to be talking about Venezuela in 2026. But if you want to kind of see different perspectives for why we're doing this, I would encourage you to watch the other videos I've made on Venezuela.
Good takes. Hmm? Matt posted this 11 minutes ago, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. My name is Matt Morris. I am your host for today, well, for every day. We are live right now on Rumble at Matt Morris TV and on YouTube at Matt Morris TV. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to talk about today. You see, as it pertains to Venezuela and the Maduro regime therein, things have been escalating very quickly all day today, to say the least. It seems as if direct military action, military conflict is inevitable, and we've also gotten numerous reports today indicating or suggesting that today, President Trump received what can only be described as a dire ultimatum from none other than President Trump. And so we're going to be talking about that ultimatum today and really what this means and what we can expect, perhaps even later tonight. And we're going to do a recap of everything that has gone on today. Really, to kick off today's show, we should talk about this complete and total shutdown of the Venezuelan airspace that President Trump ordered about 8 hours ago. President Trump, the president of the United States, ordered about 8 hours ago the complete and total shutdown of the Venezuelan airspace. That is a big deal, and I think that is an omen, a sign of what is to come very, very soon. Perhaps some people are expecting even later tonight. So, folks, I do want to say before we start breaking down everything that is going on right now, and there's a lot to break down, do me a favor and make sure to like and subscribe on Rumble and on YouTube. Follow, subscribe, like. YouTube is doing this thing again today. I don't know if you noticed where I'm getting pulled out of the algorithm. The only way to hedge our bets against this YouTube sort of meddling going on is to make sure to subscribe. So that would mean a lot. Thank you very much, everybody. With that being said, with the intro out of the way, let's get into the show. The best place to start to kick things off is to read President Trump's announcement early this morning. He said, and I quote, "To all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump." Now, folks, that is a big deal. That means President Trump is saying, listen, nobody is to be flying around or over Venezuela. I see the first response here is, something huge is about to happen. Yeah, this is the type of thing that President Trump does before something huge is about to happen. Now, let's real quick, we can take a look at Flight Radar. It's a website called Flight Radar 24. We can actually track commercial and transport aircraft all over the world. Zoom out, get a good look. There's a billion planes flying over the United States, all over the place, over Europe, and there's a trillion of them, okay? So let's take a look at Venezuela, because really that is the topic of the night. Now, do you see many airplanes flying over Venezuela? Normally you do, especially right outside of Caracas, the capital. Well, right now I'm zooming in. I'm really only seeing one airplane. This is coming out of Colombia, well, going into Colombia. So this is a Colombian aircraft leaving, getting out of Dodge, saying, all right, something big is happening. We're going home. So there's one aircraft currently right this moment over Venezuela. There's another one off the coast, a little bit north. This is a Venezuelan aircraft. So pretty much all the aircraft have shut down. They're in the process of landing or leaving, going home, ground all the planes. Seems like President Trump's order was effective. Now, the Venezuelan government has responded to President Trump's order. The Venezuelan government, quote, demands respect for its airspace, saying it won't accept President Trump's order that their airspace is closed. Well, seems as if the airspace has been closed nonetheless. How about Maduro respects American lives and stops narco trafficking to kill our citizens, says this post here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into this, there's a lot to talk about here. We should talk about, why is this happening? Why this morning has President Trump ordered a complete and total closure, a shutdown of the Venezuelan airspace? Well, the reasons, there is a plurality of reasons here. The first off, let's get some information on the table here, okay? Since the year 2000, so over the last 25 years, there's a dog hair on my hat. Over the last 25 years, around 10% of all of the illicit narcotics that have come into the United States have come from Venezuela. The majority, 90%, have generally speaking come across the U.S.-Mexico border. Well, President Trump has pretty much shut down that border. The border is pretty much on lockdown. That is to say, nowhere near the number of illicit narcotics are coming across that border today as they were 12 months ago when Joe Biden was still in the White House. That much can be said. So President Trump has taken a concrete step to shut down the narcotic trafficking across the U.S.-Mexico border. So now President Trump has shifted his gaze towards the remaining 10%. Like I said, over the last 25 years, 10% has come from Venezuela, which doesn't even share a land border with us. It's generally maritime trafficking, which is why President Trump,
Mexico.
the Department of War,
They went into the United States. I do know why.
Heard the news.
They were going to get free benefits.
Like 20 of these narco trafficking boats now. So Trump is trying
Only
to
reason
shut
why
down
they
narco
went in.
trafficking. Now, in that time frame, over the last 25 years, this huge quantity of narcotics that have come in the country from Venezuela, this has resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of Americans, of the crippling lifelong addictions to drugs like methamphetamine, fentanyl, various other opiates, millions of addictions, lifelong addictions crippling the lives of Americans.
Thousands
The Maduro
upon
regime has been
thousands
lacing more benign
dead
drugs,
from
like maybe party
how-
drugs, a little bit
what
of
they were
marijuana,
doing with the
ecstasy,
drugs.
LSD, stuff that people are taking at
It was-
parties.
marijuana
They're
was being
lacing these
laced with
drugs. The Maduro
fentanyl.
regime is lacing these drugs with deadly narcotics like fentanyl primarily. So imagine a young 20-year-old young woman or young man goes to a party, goes to a rave. I'm going to take some party drugs and go crazy for the night. Boom, overdose, dead. Courtesy of Nicolas Maduro and his narco-terror regime. So that is a component of all of this. Maduro's regime, I'm sure you've all heard President Trump has said this time and time again. The Maduro regime, we know for a fact, has emptied hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan criminals and psychiatric patients from Venezuela. They've emptied their prisons and mental hospitals and shipped all of those people up into America. He said, listen, here's a great way to get all these people out of our prisons, off our hands. Just send them up across the border up to the United States. So we've been having to deal with that. That is another thing the Maduro regime has done. And then on top of that, this is sort of a developing story. We talked about this probably 3 days ago. For those of you that are clued in, you probably know a lot about this as well. The Trump administration now has a confirmation that Venezuela, the Maduro regime who came into power in 2013, has played a significant role in rigging numerous elections, not just in the United States, namely the 2020 election. They played a huge role in the 2020 election rigging and also an attempted rig of the 2024 election. But also, the Maduro regime has been involved in rigging elections in 29 other countries all around the world. And now the Trump administration has put together the proof that's coming out of the office of Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence. So it's like problem after problem after problem, illicit behavior after illicit behavior after illicit behavior coming out of Venezuela, anti-American deadly behavior, narco-terror behavior. For a very long time, Maduro has had a $25 million bounty on his head, dead or alive. Maduro is a DOJ, Department of Justice designated narco-terrorist. When Trump got back in the White House 11 months ago, he doubled that DOJ bounty on Maduro's head up to $50 million. So, to say the least, the Trump administration takes this guy very seriously. The U.S. government has taken Maduro seriously for a very long time, even going back to the Obama days. Maduro, it's bad news, to say the least. That will probably be sufficient. So, for those of you that are asking, why is this happening? Why is Trump taking a hardline stance against Venezuela and the Maduro regime? Well, this hopefully kind of answered a lot of your questions. So let's keep going on through today's news. What has been going on today? We have a report coming out of Cuba. Cuba's foreign minister came out and said earlier today that he made an accusation that the U.S. is causing, quote, persistent electromagnetic interference over the Caribbean, specifically above Venezuelan airspace, blaming it on the growing U.S. military buildup in the region. And by the way, to be very clear, we do have a growing military buildup off of the coast of Venezuela. The Cuban foreign minister is saying that the U.S. military, we are jamming like telecom signals in the entire Caribbean, namely off the coast of Venezuela. I wouldn't exactly be surprised. I'm sure he's right, to be honest, to give credit here to Bruno Rodriguez. He's probably right. Now, let's talk about what this military buildup looks like and exactly what we have off of the coast of Venezuela right now. I've compiled a little bit of a list here. Right now, over the last couple weeks, we have built up off of the coast of Venezuela. We have the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which, for the record, is our most advanced carrier, most technologically advanced, state-of-the-art carrier strike group. We have numerous amphibious ready groups off of the coast of Venezuela right now. We have a collective of a combined, at a minimum, 5,000 U.S. Marines right now waiting off the coast of Venezuela. We have 70 individual military aircraft off the coast of Venezuela, and we also got the confirmation a couple days ago. Right now, we have over 200 Tomahawk missiles right now off of the coast of Venezuela. So if you want to talk about what a military buildup looks like, that's kind of what it looks like. And then, of course, on top of that, it would seem to be the case that we're engaging in telecom jamming. Also, that's at least what the Cuba foreign minister has to say. Now, Maduro, another report coming out today. Maduro and his associates have reached out to the White House through a number of channels, and there are ongoing discussions about what communication between the two countries might look like. We have been hearing reports for weeks now, numerous weeks, in response to this buildup, that Maduro has been increasingly erratic and probably desperate is the proper word to use here. We heard a report about 10 days ago coming out of Venezuela. Maduro actually made the offer publicly to President Trump. He said, listen, President Trump, take whatever you want from Venezuela. You can, listen, we're going to stop the narco trafficking. You know, Venezuela is the most oil-rich nation in the world if you're talking about untapped oil reserves. Maduro offered all of Venezuela's oil to Trump. Listen, Trump, take whatever you want. Take all the oil. We're going to shut down the narco trafficking, whatever. Just please let me remain in control of the country. Just please don't depose me or kick me out of the country or kill me. Just let me remain the leader of the country, and Trump, we can work out a deal. You can have whatever you want. And Trump's response was, no, it's not about that. No. Actually, Maduro, this is not what that is about. This is not about stealing all of the oil. This is about getting rid of a threat to the United States of America, who has been a threat for the last 12 years now, really ever since coming into office in 2013. Maduro, that is, who is responsible, uniquely responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans. In fact, this problem with Americans overdosing and becoming addicted to narcotics coming out of Latin America, namely Venezuela, this problem has become so pronounced in this country that I would guess that every single person here in this audience knows someone that is either addicted to opiates, has overdosed on opiates. Maybe you yourself struggled with an opiate addiction. This issue has impacted the lives of every single American. It's your daughter, your mother, your brother, your friend's sister. In my case, it's my best friend's sister. Got caught up in this stuff accidentally. She was smoking weed and it was laced with fentanyl. Boom, now she's an addict. That's a true story from my life. One of my good friend's sisters. And so I would guess that every single American has some relation to this. This has impacted the lives of Americans for a very long time, and in large part because of the Maduro regime and what has been going on in Venezuela. And so Trump is not interested in striking a deal. Trump wants Maduro gone. And that is the ultimatum that was given earlier today. I want to read this report coming to you out of the Wall Street Journal. Breaking: Trump told Venezuela's president, Maduro, that if he didn't leave power willingly, the United States would consider other options, including using force, according to the Wall Street Journal. And this report has been corroborated by numerous other outlets, so there it is. So, like I said a moment ago, Trump wants Maduro gone. And he's actually, in a way, he's being sort of nice about it. He's saying, listen, Maduro, I'm not just going to drop a bomb on your head. You have an option to leave willingly, but your days of lording over Venezuela are over. It's over. You can either leave, you can do this the easy way, you can do this the hard way, you can go seek refuge in Brazil or Colombia or something, but you got to go. It's over. The regime is over. The Maduro regime is over. You can leave on your own. You can either self-deport, or we will deport you to hell. Pretty much that is the ultimatum. And so we actually, at this point, we don't know what Maduro's response is. However, we do hear a little snippet from, because all of this is unfolding right now, we hear a snippet from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who chimes in and gives his thoughts on this situation as it is unfolding. Take a look at what he had to say.
I don't think that the European Union gets to determine what international law is. They certainly don't get to determine is how the United States defends its national security. The United States is under attack from organized criminal narco-terrorists in our hemisphere, and the president is responding in the defense of our country. I do find it interesting that all these countries want us to send, and supply, for example, nuclear-capable Tomahawk missiles to defend Europe. But when the United States positions aircraft carriers in our hemisphere where we live, somehow that's a problem. So I would say that the United States is, and this president has made very clear, his job is to protect the United States from threats against the United States, and that is what he's doing in this operation.
And so, as you all know, this is a direct response to some of the condemnation coming from Europe. Various figureheads, heads of state in Europe have come out and said, well, Trump, it's a violation of international law. Trump is blowing up these narco-trafficking boats. We condemn this. He shouldn't be doing this. Perhaps most notably the United Kingdom. And so this is just pretty much a slam dunk. Rubio is saying, listen, when it comes to defending Europe, Europe is they really want America's help. They love the Europeans. They love it when America defends Europe on their behalf. But when America is seeking to defend America from threats within our own hemisphere, then Europe is coming out saying, hey, listen, America, you're not allowed to do that. You better save those Tomahawk missiles for us over here in Europe. Listen, listen, this is what it means to be America first. And I have to tell you, you all know that I am I'll call myself a Monroe Doctrine American. In fact, these days, I see a lot of people calling it the Trump Doctrine. Really, it's the Monroe Doctrine. And a lot of you know this. This started really in 1813, 200 years ago, more, if my memory is correct. And so effectively what the Monroe Doctrine says, this is the key point of American foreign policy that has guided this country for almost the entire history of our nation. 200 years or more, the Monroe Doctrine. Effectively, what this says is that the Western Hemisphere, the hemisphere in which North America and South America are in, this is our hemisphere. And of course, other people exist in this hemisphere with us, but really, this is our hemisphere. And here in the United States of America, we are not going to tolerate any threats to American national security in our own hemisphere. And so Trump very obviously takes this very seriously. This is why Trump is interested in Greenland for national security reasons, because it's directly adjacent to the North Sea Passage, and you've got Russia and China sending submarines and all types of stuff north of Canada. Okay, so Trump doesn't like that. This is why Trump is interested in taking back the Panama Canal. It is a national security threat for a hostile nation, the CCP in this case, to operate the Panama Canal and have control over the Panama Canal. That's a problem. And now we're talking about having a narco-terror regime operating just south of us in our own backyard. This is Maduro in Venezuela. This is a national security threat very seriously, very obviously. Hundreds of thousands of Americans have already died as a result of this narco-terror regime. And if you disagree that this is a problem worth solving, I would ask you a question. How many more Americans need to die under this Maduro-led narco-terror regime? Is 400,000 not enough? That's a serious question. How much longer should we continue turning a blind eye to Maduro's regime? Do we need to let 1 million Americans die? Should it be 2 million or 5 million or 10 million? Or can we say enough is enough and we need to stop turning our blind eye and burying our head in the sand to this very clear national security threat that is the Maduro regime down in Venezuela? It's got to come to an end. And so I noticed something very interesting on X today. There's an American patriot that I respect quite a lot. I think a lot of us do. His name is General Michael Flynn, who, by the way, I don't want to brag here. Michael Flynn the other day followed me on Twitter. This happened 2 days ago. It made my day. I was like, what? Mike Flynn followed me? Anyway, you guys don't care about that. I was grinning all day. That made my day. Anyway, Mike Flynn came out just 3 hours ago. And Mike Flynn, he said, Maduro, I think it's time. Mike Flynn, American patriot, he said, Maduro, I think it's time. And so, you know, this is President Trump's former national security advisor, 2017. Okay, this guy really, there's a figure of speech. He fell on the sword to protect President Trump. This guy made the ultimate career sacrifice. He had every incentive, every reason to throw Trump under the bus in 2017. Mike Flynn didn't do that. Mike Flynn protected President Trump. I respect that. That's loyalty. I really respect Mike Flynn. He is an American patriot through and through. And so he came out. He knows what he's saying. He said, Maduro, I think it's time. There was another curious post I saw on Twitter. I guess I put a little bit less faith in this one, but this is Dominik Tarczyński, who is a politician from Poland. Now, some of you might have seen this individual. He's kind of popular. I think a lot of you probably know he's kind of popular on the internet. He's based and he's like traditional. He's a traditional based politician in Poland, but he's Polish. He's not an American politician. But he posted something interesting earlier today as well. He said, Venezuela tonight, you have been warned. ... And then he posted a picture of what? Some B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. He posted a picture of a pair of B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. And he said, Venezuela tonight, you have been warned. And so, you know, to be fair, he's not an American politician. He doesn't have access to all of our military operational secrets. So it's kind of like, who cares what he says? But it is intriguing. It does line up with what General Michael Flynn said. He said, Maduro, I think it's time. So frankly, I'm kind of surprised it hasn't happened yet. I'm expecting something to happen tonight. And we're going to talk more about what I think specifically is going to happen tonight, but we have some other things to talk about. A couple hours ago, 2 U.S. Navy FA-18E Super Hornets fighter jets switched on their transponders while flying over the Caribbean near Aruba and Curacao off the coast of Venezuela. Boom, there's Caracas. Okay, Caracas, sorry. I don't speak Spanish. There's Caracas. And so, you know, just kind of explaining the way this works, a lot of the U.S. military aircraft, they flip off their transponders, which means that all of us, we can't publicly track them. Makes sense. The U.S. military doesn't want a bunch of civilian, regular people like us or people in the Venezuelan military being able to track the location of U.S. military aircraft. So they flip off their public transponders. Well, curiously, they just for a couple minutes, they flipped them off. They flipped them on off of the coast of Venezuela. About 5 minutes later, they flipped them off. They flipped them back off. And so how do you read that? I read that as kind of a warning. They're doing flybys off
aggressive,
the coast of
yeah.
Venezuela. Flip them on. Hey,
It's aggressive
guess what,
maneuvering.
Venezuela? Here we are. Boom. Flip them back off. It almost seems a little bit ominous. It almost seems like a little bit warning. It's like, hey, listen, hey, we are right here. Boom. And now you can't see us again. Now we're invisible again. Now you have no idea where we are again. So it's almost like a little bit of a psychological warfare that is going on right now. In response, the Venezuelan military, the illustrious Venezuelan military, is on high alert. I'm going to play a 1 minute long video. There's warning, they are speaking Spanish, but we're going to play this video for 1 minute. This is footage coming out of Venezuela earlier today. Take a look.
La isla de Patos se va a hacer un saneamiento y exploración
They are
con todos los
preparing.
medios aeronavales para contribuir al ejercicio que estamos efectuando en este momento en el adiestramiento y la cooperación de todas las tripulaciones y el personal de combatiente individual.
Bueno, señores generales, y esto es una realidad, no me canso de repetirles y recordarles que el destino y el universo nos ha dado a nosotros hasta el 5 de
Crazy.
nos ha dado a nosotros la oportunidad de saber cuál es el propósito nuestro.
So, you know, maybe we don't need to play this entire thing because it is a bunch of Spanish jibber jabber. No hablo español. Now, what you can see is that they have a map of the Venezuelan coastline, and they are strategizing, maybe doing a little bit of war gaming here. And so what we have seen also today, we've got on-the-ground reports coming out. This is on the ground of Venezuela. We see that the Venezuelan military now, and by the way, there are like dozens of these reports. I picked one right here that had the best photos, to be honest, but there are dozens of reports just like this all up and down, east to west on the Venezuelan coast. The Venezuelan military, they are deploying surface-to-air rocket launchers. So they are, and these are photos fresh, posted this afternoon. They are deploying rocket launchers all up and down the coast. It's almost like they're kind of battering down the hatches here, getting ready for some type of, it's almost like they're expecting some type
Just a
of
bombing run.
D-Day style land invasion, which most certainly is not what is going to happen. If anybody is thinking that Trump is going to like deploy a bunch of Marines and they're going to be storming the beach, that's not exactly how Trump operates. I'll tell you here in a minute kind of what I think is going to happen. But first, I do have this other report. U.S. military officials have developed a range. This is relevant. U.S. military officials have developed a range of target options for Trump, including Venezuelan military units that profit from the drug trade or that support Nicolas Maduro, the narco-terrorist in chief. And so, yeah, no, listen, we are not going to see like a D-Day style land invasion. What we would see is a series of targeted strikes. We know that President Trump is not afraid to carry out targeted strikes. We saw in June, I believe, Operation Midnight Hammer. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think that there will be, maybe even tonight, probably tonight, I don't know if I had to bet, maybe tonight, there will be some sort of operation similar to Operation Midnight Hammer, which happened in June a couple months ago, which is when President Trump, of course, deployed the B-2 Spirit stealth bombers to blow up various Iranian nuclear enrichment facilities. I think that tonight, or maybe in the next couple days, we will see some sort of similar operation against the mainland of Venezuela against the Venezuelan Maduro regime to some degree. And then, of course, you have to talk about what exactly would they be targeting. I would guess, and I'm just some guy on a computer in front of a microphone, so what the hell do I know? I'm not a military strategist. I would guess that these strikes are not going to be targeting Maduro himself, but rather various key narco-trafficking positions, manufacturing facilities, naval maritime ports where they export these drugs across the Caribbean into the United States. But there are a couple ideas I had, things that are just kind of floating around in my brain. Let's talk about the multiple ways that this could go. You know, if Trump takes out Maduro, I think it's possible that he risks, in a way, this is hard to believe, but he could possibly turn Maduro into a martyr of sorts, instigating some type of international backlash or even a more serious backlash from internally inside Venezuela. We've already seen these European Union nations condemning what Trump has already been doing, blowing up narco-trafficking boats. Obviously, they are moronic for doing that, but who knows? Maybe other countries around the world, if Trump hypothetically blows up Maduro in a targeted strike, maybe these other countries, Europe, I don't know, God knows where, they place sanctions on the United States for doing that. They say, all right, enough is enough. We're going to sanction the United States. That's off limits. If Maduro's taken out, also, it could destabilize. Venezuela has a population of 28 million people, by the way. So what could happen is that if the Maduro regime is completely wiped off the face of the map, that we have regional destabilization. Remember what we saw in 2015 and 2016 when there was regional destabilization in Syria specifically? We saw a crazy migrant crisis where millions
I'm just listening.
of migrants, not just from Syria, but all across
Can't really look at the video very much.
They took the opportunity to pretty much invade Europe. And they're still dealing with the consequences of that to this day. And so if there's massive regional destabilization in Venezuela, what we might see is millions of
I'm not playing anything. I'm just listening to some YouTube videos and making comments on them when I can.
To the United States, which is what happened a decade ago in Europe. Now, I do have to say, now that Trump is back in the White House, the southern border with Mexico is like pretty much completely on lock. So to be fair, maybe that is a little bit of a lesser concern, but probably a concern nonetheless. Now, I've also been reading reports that Maduro has, over the last couple of years, because he's worried about Trump. Maduro and Trump, they're not big fans of each other. Maduro has made every effort he possibly can to coup-proof or overthrow-proof his regime, his government, if you can even call it government. What that means is that he has set up this extensive network of decentralized points, chains in the command structure, so that if he is executed or assassinated, blown up in some targeted strike, then his regime would still be able to, in some capacity, maintain control of the country. This is something that he has baked into his command structure. He's tried to make it bigger than just him for fear of being assassinated. And so this is why all of these reasons, this is why I think that President Trump has pretty much taken the approach that he has so far. What has he done? President Trump has issued a massive, overwhelming show of force off the coast of Venezuela, the Gerald Ford, USSR Ford Carrier Battle Group, the amphibious ready groups, the Marines, the aerial flybys. This is all meant to be intimidating. And then after the intimidation effect has hit, after that show of force has been displayed, President Trump earlier today, what did he do? He issued the ultimatum. He said, listen, Maduro, there are only two ways out of this. You can either leave the country on your own, you can self-deport, you can flee, you can relinquish the reins of Venezuela, you got to go, or this is no longer going to be a show of force, this is going to be an execution of force. And so that's kind of the ultimatum right now. Now, I've seen unconfirmed reports that Maduro actually earlier today fled the country, that he's actually in Brazil right now. I don't know if that's true. That could be true. Like hour by hour, minute by minute, we're getting more information. But my objective today is to do a recap so far. But there is a rumor going around that Maduro has actually already fled the country, that he's in Brazil, possibly even Colombia. He's got close ties to Colombia as well. So we will have to see. But that is where things currently stand right now, folks. That is where we currently are. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to do at this point is bring up the super chats and see what you fine ladies and gentlemen in the audience have to say. I will say, everybody, if you enjoy the show, make sure to like, subscribe. I'm a one-man show. This is a one-man operation. So if you appreciate the coverage, the videos, the live broadcasts, everybody make sure to tune in and support, subscribe, like, follow everywhere. As I like to say, follow me everywhere other than in real life. Pretty much. Now, I got the super chats pulled up here, so everybody, thank you for your patience. Let's start this off with Polly Puree. She says, hello, everyone. Polly is here every single day. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Big Wen, he says, Matt, why don't you have any mods? You have some vile individuals in your chat that should be kicked out. Yeah, I probably should get some mods. Honestly, I'm just, really, there's no reason. I just don't really have any good moderators. So maybe I should get a couple more moderators. I feel like when we've got 15,000 people in the live chat, you're right. All it takes is 1% of crazy people, and then the entire thing has gone to hell. So maybe I should get some moderators. Thank you very much. That's a good reminder. Thank you very much. Wolf's Watch, he says, Obama got away with droning people, so Trump thinks he can get as well for suspected drugs. Can a cop plug you because they suspect they have a weapon? No, international and federal laws prohibit it. Now, I will say this. I have absolutely no doubt that the Department of War and the Trump White House knows for a fact who is on these boats and what is on these boats. Keep in mind, we have the most advanced intelligence apparatus on the face of the planet in all of human history. We can use a military satellite to zoom in. We can analyze the freckles on somebody's nose from space using our satellites. So this idea that, well, these boats in the Caribbean, we have no idea who or what is on these boats. Nobody knows. There's no way to know. Maybe Trump is just blowing up random boats for no reason. I just really don't believe that. I have complete faith that the Trump administration knows exactly who is on the boats, where did they come from, where do they live, where are they loading the boats, what is being loaded onto the boats, from the entire order of operations here. It's I believe that Trump knows exactly what's going on. That the Department of War knows exactly what's going on. So that's my take. Of course, if you're in the military, maybe we have some intelligence agents in the live chat right now. Let me know if you agree, but that seems sensible to me that they know what's on these boats. Thank you, Wolf's Watch. Good to see you, by the way. Welcome back to the show. Thank you very much. We have Leon Smith. He says, it's time for Trump to bring down the hammer. Well, the ultimatum has been issued, and if the ultimatum is rejected, then I think that hammer is coming down. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's we are at the point, we are at the FAFO point of no return. That's probably the best way to put it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Leon. Amy says, as a veteran, they all need to go. Embedding is their normal MO. I mean, we have seen God knows how many Venezuelan nut jobs, cartel gang members, Cartel de los Soles, Tren de Aragua, these brutal Venezuelan gangs and cartels just terrorizing Americans. And that's not even talking about the drug lacing and the overdoses. It's bad. It's bad. Tens of billions of dollars to the U.S. economy. Hundreds of thousands of dead Americans. It's bad. We need to stop burying our head in the sand. We need to stop turning a blind eye. Something has got to be done about this. You know, thank you very much, Amy. I appreciate that. Thank you. Light Pause Heard says, being a former Air Force captain, I can assure you when it comes, Venezuela isn't knowing to know what hit them. By the time they do, the pilots will be home sipping on coffee and having dinner. Yeah, this is something I meant to say. I guess I forgot to say it. We saw them deploying these surface-to-air missiles. I think you're right. In fact, I know you are right. I default to your wisdom, Captain. They're going to have no idea. This is a third world military versus a first world military. And not even a first world military. America is like a zero world military, meaning we are just so far ahead beyond every other military on the face of the planet. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're 100% right. Absolutely. Well, now I lost my super chats. Oh, there they are. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think you're right. I think you're spot on. David Box, he says, it blows my mind to see so many liberals mad about Trump destroying the boats. They're either full of drugs or illegals, and we don't want either. Well, I mean, if these were illegal immigrant, as much as I'm not a fan of illegal aliens, you might have caught on to that. I'm not a big fan of illegal aliens. to be honest, I'm not a fan of dropping bombs on illegal alien boats. However, drug smuggling boats with narco terrorists, I think it's a different story. I think it's a different story. They are enemies of the state. They're narco terrorists. They are hell-bent on killing Americans and profiting off of the death of Americans. Yeah. They're in international waters. We know what they're doing. We have the information. We have the data. We have the intel. It's over. They have assumed that risk by nature of being narco terrorists. That's my humble opinion. Now, we have a couple more super chats here I want to take a look at. Some crazy ones. This is from Greg Adamite. He says, $50 super chat, Matt. Keep up the great job. I just want to say real quick, can I pause the show? Human to human, everybody, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. The numbers just keep on going up. You guys, it's like, I don't know where you guys are coming from, but every time I go live here, the new time is 5 p.m. Western, 8 p.m. Eastern. More and more and more of you are showing up. I don't know where you guys are coming from, but man, I sure am lucky. I'm appreciative. Thank you very much for tuning in and all the support. Thank you very much, Greg, and everybody else. Shout out the guys on Rumble. Everybody follow on Rumble. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. We have another one here from Isaac. He says, lol, Europe putting sanctions on the U.S. I'm organizing my shop alone listening to you. That one made me laugh. No Europe country can't stand against the U.S., not even the EU, economic or otherwise. Also, be well, Morris. I hope you and family good. Well, thank you. Hey, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving and Black Friday. Hope you got some good Black Friday deals. Good luck in the shop. Thank you very much. You know, they have been very sternly wagging their finger at us from across the pond as it pertains to these narco boats getting blown up. They're not happy. Like we said earlier, they want America involvement in Eastern Europe. They want us to protect them in Europe, but they really don't. They don't want us protecting ourselves over here in the Western Hemisphere. Curious. Funny how that goes, right? Can't help but notice that. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. And good luck in the shop. Hope you're making something cool. Thank you. Now, this is LWR Class. He says, thank you. He says, they fish out of submarines in Venezuela. I didn't realize you could fish underwater. I mean, yeah, have you guys seen these underwater narco trafficking submarines where they're under the water by only a foot or two, and maybe there's a little tiny component like an air hatch that comes right above the waves. You can barely even see them. But yeah, listen, it's not a bunch of Venezuelan fishermen that are navigating these submersibles across the Caribbean, the Gulf of America, into the United States. These are not fishing boats. These are not humble fishing boats. President Trump is blowing up a bunch of humble fishermen, Venezuelan fishermen. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not exactly so sure about that. Thank you very much. Excellent point. Thank you. Man, anything I forget to say, I can count on you guys. You guys are going to say it for me. You guys are doing the show alongside me. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Code Eagle, big super chat. Thank you. He says, let's go US effing A. Peace through straight. Maybe you mean peace through strength is go time. Thank you very much. Listen, I have to say, you guys know, in fact, I was very vocal about this. I've been vocal about this with the Bush administration and the Obama administration, and the notion that maybe if Trump is dropping bombs in Iran, we're going to have another war in the Middle East, a war on terror. It's going to blow up into an all-out war, boots on the ground, American service members marching through the dunes again. I'm not a big fan of that. You guys know I've been very critical about some of these notions. The last thing we need is another all-out military deployment, boots on the ground, war in the Middle East, etc. Things like this. Nobody wants that. We do not want that. We do not want a Bush-era 2.0 military deployment. That's not what we want. However, when we are talking about securing American national Western Hemisphere security interests, when we're talking about maintaining our position in the Western Hemisphere, pursuing the Monroe Doctrine, and taking out narco traffickers and narco terror regimes in our backyard, if we can do that, and it seems like we can, without having all-out military deployment, then you know what? Okay, we can have a conversation about that. And at this point, listen, we voted for Trump. Trump is a commander-in-chief. We voted for him because we have to put some faith. We have to trust him a little bit. Okay, I trust he knows what he's doing. Do you? I do. So that's kind of where I am. But yeah, you're right. You're right. This is Scott's one final super chat here on YouTube. He says, the airspace over Venezuela is completely dark. Yeah, we saw that. congestion in all nearby airports in Central and South America. The airspace over Venezuela is completely dark. Okay, he said that twice. Yeah, in fact, I'll show you one more time just to show everybody what he's talking about. Thank you, by the way. Here it is. This is Venezuela. Now, by the way, this is what normal airspace looks like. This is Kansas. This is Oklahoma City. This is the United States of America. A lot of airplanes. Real quick, let's go across. This is Europe. A lot of airplanes. Everybody's going in and out of Istanbul. This is the most popular airport in the world, the Istanbul airport in Turkey. However, come over here to Venezuela and silent. Silent night. Maybe they're getting ready for Christmas. Silent night is what they have down there. So yeah, it seems like President Trump's aerial shutdown has been effective. Now, what might that mean in the next couple hours? I would not be surprised, folks. I would not be surprised if tomorrow morning we end up doing an emergency morning broadcast talking about a bombing run that President Trump carried out, B-2 bombers or otherwise, over the night. Operation Venezuelan Hammer. I don't know. I would not be surprised. So we're going to have to wait and see. But I want to say, everybody, thank you very much for tuning in today. It has been my absolute pleasure to be your host for tonight's broadcast and do my best to make sense of all this. David Yoakum, he says, since when do you fish with 3 or 4 powerful outboard motors? Exactly.
Go ahead.
And we've all, and 50
I mean, that's what I would have done.
We would have had a BYOB or something. Oh, they're houseboating. Yeah, I want ice cream.
No, do you?
Yeah, kinda. Cookie dough.
Cookie dough, mint.
Ooh, chocolate. You want me to hold her? Yeah, hold her. Come here, wiggle butt. Come here, wiggle butt. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Come on. You doing, wiggle butt? Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Gabe.
Let's see.
It's not every day that we get to work with professional athletes, especially not bodybuilders. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. We're going to build a very unique item that happens to be a sword as a presentation trophy for a bodybuilding competition. And that asshole back there couldn't wait 30 extra minutes for me to get here with the camera, so he's already gotten started. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you our very first build from Solo Leveling.
Okay.
Well, that they're doing that. I think that's a webtoon. Was a webtoon.
Well, yeah, the blade drawn out of the hole is punished. I was here, Matt wasn't. Work doesn't stop because Steven Spielberg, oh my God, is not on set. So let's just go on with the beveling. The best way to bevel your blade is to angle your stock just a little bit according to the intended angle of the bevel and compensate with an equal angle with the strike of the hammer. Remember, I prefer to strike with the shoulder because it's easy on my wrist and easy on my elbow. Plus, I generally use a heavier hammer because I find it to be not only more efficient, but less exhausting to work with. However, I'm a small guy and I would like to have some gains. And in order to have gains in the gym, you need proper nutrition.
Where you rolling?
Now that the blade is
fully forged, and you guys got to at least see some of that thanks to Ilya. It's time to move on to doing what I do best, and that is grinding the blade, and I will be filming myself because I'm fully capable, even though Ilya doesn't come in to the shop on Tuesdays because he has to walk the dogs those days. And yet somehow he doesn't understand when I'm delayed because I actually have real children. Priorities.
Okay. Oh, your cup bellow.
By the way, I'm fully aware that this is not the most requested item from you guys from solo leveling. This just happens to be what was commissioned, and I thought, hey, we might as well record it. It'll make a great video. I promise we will return to solo leveling. Stay tuned.
Love you.
For the overlays for the Plum Blossom sword, I try to forge out them, but honestly, the graphic designers worked with 3D rendering. Those don't always work very well with forging, so we ended up cutting them out by hand and painstakingly forming them with Dremel and stuff. But we left the forging in because if the sword would have been bigger, those forgings would have been perfect. But you know what is actually perfect? So when you're making a roast at home, you preset your oven at 500 degrees. You take your meat, you bind it, and you put some garlic inside with coarse salt. And then you roast the roast first at 500 degrees for about half an hour. And then you can either switch off the oven because it naturally drops temperature, or set up to 175 degrees Fahrenheit for 20 minutes per pound of meat, and then your roast gets perfect, medium rare.
This is weird.
Some of you may be wondering why we're forging these overlays out of steel when clearly in the game they need to be of golden color. We're doing this because, well, we need to attach them somehow, and some of these might need a little bit of weld onto the blade when they're finished out. So doing them out of steel lets us do that. And we can always add some brassing later.
Buddy? Well, I'm gonna play games. Yeah.
I play game night down here.
What game are you gonna play?
I would play playing.
While Ilya continues to forge the oversized overlays that we won't end up using, I'm going to go ahead and move on to drilling the holes into the blade that will create the attachment points for said overlays.
Yesterday, they blew up another drug boat. They've been blowing up drug boats for a bit, and it's still going on, right? They've been popping them off for a while. And so there was a report that Pete Hegseth, this is the Department of Defense or War, the guy that's in charge, they bombed them once, and he said double tap that shit because there's still some survivors. We're going to kill every single one of them. And so apparently there are people on Twitter that are mad about this. Won't somebody think of the innocent drug dealers in Venezuela? Yep, civilian boats, by the way, no proof of drugs, for sure, guys, because, I mean, they're going to have, see, like the drug boats have the words drugs on the side of them.
We're learning new details about one of those deadly U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Sources tell CNN the U.S. military... We're learning new details about one of those deadly U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean.
That's right.
Sources tell CNN the U.S. military carried out a follow-up strike on September 2nd after becoming aware of survivors in the water. The sources tell us that prior to the strike, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth had ordered the military to ensure everyone on board was killed. People briefed on the, quote, double tap strike say they're concerned
they even call
that
it
could violate the law of armed conflict, which prohibits the execution of an enemy combatant who is taken out of the fight due to injury or surrender. Now, since September, as you're seeing on your screen here, the U.S. military has carried out at least 21 known strikes on suspected drug trafficking boats, killing at least 83 people. Officials have also acknowledged, though, not knowing the identities of everyone on board before they are struck.
Yep.
And this development comes as President Trump says the U.S. military will soon begin land strikes.
Let's hear about the identities of who is on board.
In Venezuela.
They're delivering drugs.
Cams, bro, like he's actually posting kill cams. Yeah, think of the drug dealers.
In Beth Sanner, a CNN national security analyst and former deputy director of national intelligence. Thank you for taking the time. I just want to start with getting your reaction to the reporting we have here that double tap strikes were ordered to make sure everybody on board was killed.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
If this is
Of
true,
course.
Yeah.
it's really shocking.
Yeah.
You know,
It's shocking to me too, bro. We had a limp dick military for such a long time. We had a bunch of pussy boys pussyfooting around over in the Middle East, wasting our money, spending trillions of dollars to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. And that's it. And finally, we have some people that are ready to actually do something. Thank God. Shut down CNN. Yeah, exactly. Do you think it's okay to execute? Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
no,
I'm happy. I vote for this. Thank God. I've been waiting on this for a while.
thinking about
Based
this
on the word of who? The military. The best word I got. But, and by the way, do you really think this is a fishing? You really think these are all fishing boats? You think it was a fishing submarine? What are you thinking, man? What are you really putting yourself in that situation where you believe that shit? Absolutely fucking not. We just skip voting this? I did, because I didn't think it was going to happen. Yeah, this is the shit I will. Like, I'll tell you this. Whoever is going to do this is the guy I'm going to vote for. Because this guy is keeping me safe. Everybody else is fucking around.
context of
Base.
Ukraine. And right now, Russian soldiers are being accused of war crimes, and their cases.
And you know what's going to happen? Nothing. Because the entire idea of a war crime is a joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's a joke that the big countries put together so they can enforce it on smaller countries. But you think that you think like, bro, we could do anything that we wanted. It wouldn't fucking matter. Same with China, same with Russia. You think Putin is going to ever go to jail? You think somebody from Russia is ever going to go to jail after the fucking Ukraine war is over? Not a fucking thing is going to happen. The war crimes are not for America. They're for Uganda. They're for Madagascar. They're for Bangladesh. That's the way it is. I can't. I'm shocked. The Hague has no jurisdiction in America. They don't have any jurisdiction in a place that, like, every law is only as strong as its enforcement mechanism. And if they can't tell you what to do, then they don't fucking matter. That's the way it is.
The International Court of Justice, because they're killing prisoners, Ukrainian armed combatants who are prisoners.
Nothing's ever gonna happen.
And they're killing them instead of, you know, keeping them as prisoners. So, I mean, here we have an example of an actual war and war crimes accusation. So here...
This is the mind of a Karen is just being shattered. It's just being shattered. They can't even imagine this.
What does this do, you know, in terms of U.S. moral authority?
Putin's actual war criminal.
There's reporting this week of Israel of IDF soldiers killing Palestinian prisoners, Hamas prisoners.
I believe it.
How can we go to Israel and say, like, you shouldn't have done that?
We don't.
How could we have done that before this? You really think this is the first bad thing the United States has ever done? Even if this is true, that we blew up a boat, there was a bunch of random ass people. Do you really think that this is the first time this has happened? It's crazy. And also, by the way, they've been doing this for years. They've been doing this for years. Do you think Israel, like, why is it that...
Of course you are. Of course you're having trouble. Here, reindeer. I'm a reindeer. I'm a reindeer. Pain in the butt.
That, like, I mean, if they were doing this in the past and we couldn't get them to stop doing the torturing and the killing of the prisoners, what makes you think that we can do it now? Like, it's the entire premise of this is ridiculous.
Russia.
Yeah.
You know,
I can't wait till you're banned.
This arena...
People are mad. Like, so you're mad that I'm saying this? Yeah, Crimes War is not good guys. The logic is too simplistic. Crimes War is not the good guy. You're wrong on this. You're saying because it happens often, we should just let it keep happening? No. I mean, this is my outlook on it, right? And so anyway, many people are charged from Germany, people in the U.S. charged from Vietnam, Afghanistan, we're gonna spot. You really think, like, here, I'm gonna ask you something. I'm gonna pull you up. Do you think anybody's realistically gonna get in trouble for this? Do you really think Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump are gonna actually, like, suffer any consequences from this? I want you to be honest with me right now.
No.
Tell me whether that's gonna happen or not.
If you go without orders, yeah, you'll be charged.
Go ahead. Let me know. And also, Germany lost the war. That's why they got charged with war crimes. So you think the answer is yes? All right. Keep the name in mind. Keep the name in mind. Come back to me in 5 years. Let's see how it goes. Nothing's going to happen. You out of your mind. You're delusional. Absolutely. So yeah, what if another country comes to international waters and bombs a boat full of civilians and say that it was a drug dealers? Don't get me wrong. I think drug dealers need to die, but I think we need to be sure. Well, maybe the military was sure. And also, like, by the way, if they bomb our guys, then we can go bomb their country because we have a bigger military. Like, we don't pay $1 trillion a fucking year to be limp-dicked around by some random country bombing our fucking people. Like, this isn't fair. Like, you might be thinking that this is a fair, like, this is not a Reddit argument. This is we have a much bigger stick than you do, and you better not be sending any fucking drugs to our country. And it's that fucking simple. And whoever is going to operate under that basic premise is my guy. That's my guy right there. None of this bullshit.
Wait, if they're in the water and he ordered them to strike the boat again. They're in the water. They're not on the boat.
Do you guys really think they bomb random boats? Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about Venezuela on a number of fronts. Obviously, there are these efforts that the administration says they're going after.
What's this here? It's to protect your soldiers from not getting executed for exchanges. Your view is simplistic. People kill American soldiers anyway. You really think that you're going to negotiate with terrorists? You really think that they're going to operate under the Geneva Convention? What are you fucking retarded?
They already don't.
Absolutely not. There's ISIS does execution videos where they cut people's heads off on a video. You think they give a fuck about war crimes? You're out of your mind.
After drug trafficking boats, there is the not so subtle pushes against Nicolas Maduro that President Trump has been leading. But the president also says that land action would now be part of the administration's effort to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers. I just wonder what you think about that threshold being crossed here.
It's a big threshold, right? I mean, right now we're in international waters, but when you're talking about strikes in a sovereign country,
that's right,
against
turtleneck.
These are drug traffickers, bad people.
So then just kill them. That's the.
So she's using that turtleneck to cover up her triple neck.
Why would there be anything more than that?
Or triple chin.
If you think that they're drug traffickers, why are they alive?
You already see it.
But what are
1, 2.
Like what the?
And then there's probably a third and fourth one underneath.
This type of language and this type of behavior is the reason why we spent 20 years in the Middle East.
No, but she's got a wide face.
You know, but it is still in another country.
Saggy face too.
There usually has to be a justification, and there is a process for that.
Well, you just gave the justification. They're drug traffickers. Where do you think they're going?
Get authorization for use of military force from Congress that helps on that, but there's an entire international legal system too, and that's what people.
Why should we follow if the international legal system is not allowing us to protect our country?
Yeah, why do we need to follow it?
And in real time.
The fact that they've been designated a terrorist organization is enough.
Then what use is that system? Why would we follow a system that puts American citizens at risk?
We don't.
Like, whose side are you on here? That's crazy.
Worried about, kind of in this context of the video that the Democratic senators put out recently about defying illegal orders.
Right.
And the question about whether people who are conducting them could be subject to, being prosecuted.
Yeah.
So I think that they're.
Ooh.
Let me know whenever they prosecute the people in Russia and Israel for doing the same things that you said were war crimes. Yeah, let me know whenever that happens. Surely that's going to happen.
There's a lot involved here. I do wonder, though, whether...
What's your stance on people forced to work for the drug cartels even when they have no choice? Kill them anyway? Yeah. Without a second of hesitation. Absolutely. It's a sad situation, but the only thing that would be sadder would be allowing your emotions to dictate your behavior and putting further American citizens' lives at risk. Yeah, absolutely. Just shoot them. Like, it's still, the thing is that it doesn't matter why they're there. Like, does it feel good to do that? Does it sound good to do that? No, but it's the right thing to do. Yeah, it's a gotcha question. Well, it's actually not. It's only a gotcha question to the emotionally unstable and the mentally ill. The reality is that the answer to it is very simple. This person is coming into your country. They're trying to kill your people. So you should kill them.
Mm-hmm.
That's the end of the conversation. Everything else is emotional manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, you're so dumb. Everybody thinks this is dumb, but not
I
everybody. But
agree.
like that's really what it is. Most people mentally ill. So you're saying it's okay to attack the source of the problem, which is located in Venezuela, as it's an act to protect Americans in America? Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kill or be killed. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, would you want to have, like, it's a pretty simple question, right? Would you want to spare the life of one drug trafficker to put 100 lives at risk that are Americans?
Jesus and the barbers. What is he doing? You need to calm down. It's bedtime. Keep doing that. Your face is going to stick like it. Yeah, it is. You want to take that chance? Go for it. Yep, keep doing it. It'll stay like that one time. Well, go for it. One time it's going to stay like that. And I ain't taking you to the doctor to fix it. Yeah, and it's going to stay like that. And then you're going to be called Big Mouth for the rest of your life. No, because I don't want my mouth to stick like that. Hello. How's it going?
Well, like, this is a trolley problem to me. It's the easiest decision I've ever made in my life. Should we kill the American drug dealers? Some of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, good idea. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, they have a constitution protecting them.
What's wrong with that?
I think they could be sentenced to death, though.
Actually will do it, or whether we're just kind of in this game of chicken. I was thinking about this because he has this quote that he said in another context about, you know, waiting until the very last minute to make
so, Mrs. Are you insane? Why don't you protect your waters? We're protecting our waters right now.
Yep.
That's exactly what we're doing. Funny you should mention that.
Yeah, we're at the source.
decision about conducting
Colombia,
such
Venezuela.
activity, because you know in war things change. That's the quote. And so you know sometimes
that's true.
you know we don't really know where we're either up to that line of the last minute, or whether we're still in this kind of pressure campaign trying to see if something will happen if inside Venezuela, whether this kind of pressure will generate activity to oust Maduro.
Well, I was going to say a lot of people
right?
are looking at, okay, is this all part of an encroachment effort to oust Nicolas Maduro, who President Trump has said his days are numbered?
That dude's wearing way too much makeup.
Designated Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his government allies as members of a foreign terrorist organization. I just wonder, we've got these individual
rosy
storylines popping up. What do you see as the bigger picture here? Is the bigger picture to try and get Maduro out of office?
Yeah.
I think sure.
Technically, it's to get China out of there.
Very close.
China and Russia have too much influence in Venezuela right now. They're encroaching on a U.S. treaty, per se, with South American countries. Meaning, the United States wants control of this whole section of the world. No communism, none of that crap. Because then it allows China and Russia to have a foothold and encroach on the United States assets.
To the president. I think that that's where we are. But I don't think that necessarily means that he's willing to use military force directly in terms of trying to do that. Whether
well, I mean, if he doesn't want to have that happen, maybe he should have taken care of his country, right? I mean, like,
True.
if your country's got a bunch of fucking
But
clowns
they want him
in the
out.
country and then causing problems everywhere else in the world.
Why do you think so many people have left?
Oh wow, like how did this happen? Like you're gonna have everybody else mad as fuck about that. Like obviously, Like, you got people going, is Mexico next? I don't know. Like, they've got their own problems, right? So, yeah, isn't it better to parade the drug dealers
Mexico's
instead
got a lot of
parolling them
problems.
because eventually people lose their trust if there's no receipt? No, the people that
No.
lost the trust, you're making the fatal flaw of assuming that the people that are calling this into question are doing so in good faith. They're not.
No, they're not. They're doing it in bad faith.
They're doing it because they are adversarial to Donald Trump. They
Yep.
don't like him.
They're completely
and they'd
against
rather
anything
side
Trump.
with Venezuelan drug interests rather than American conservative interests.
Yep.
That's the reason why. So you don't
Just like
don't ever
they'd
make a
rather side
mistake
with
by engaging with people
Islamist
like this and
terrorists
thinking
than
that
Trump
this
or
is a person
than
who is a
anything
genuine,
good.
conscientious objector. They're not. They had no problem with Obama drone striking people constantly. There was no complaining about that. Nobody from the Obama administration really a big
Yeah,
person
you never heard
got brought
anything
up.
about that.
Fucking the international war crimes,
Other
fucking,
than
they
maybe
didn't
from
like that. Never
Republicans every once in a while.
So yeah, I just want America dead. Exactly.
Even
yeah.
then, you probably didn't hear
so
much from them.
That's the perspective that you should have. So you should never. A big mistake that I think people
Obama
make is
dropped the
that
most
they
bombs out of
approach
all
people
presidents.
that have bad faith arguments in good faith. And approaching a person with bad faith arguments that actually doesn't care about the outcome,
Post World War
they're just
II.
trying to present an argument that is oppositional to yours. You're losing by engaging.
Snatch him or to kill him. So, again, I think we're going to be in this ratcheting up, and maybe it will entail strikes inside of Venezuela against drug facilities, but that'll be part of a process, again, to see if something will move internally. I think that's the goal.
Ideally.
Beth Sanner, always appreciate your insight, especially on a story like this. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Omar.
Of course.
US President Donald Trump appears to be preparing for a new phase of military action against Venezuela that includes taking action on land.
In recent weeks, you've been working to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers, of which there are many. Of course, there aren't too many coming in by sea anymore. People aren't wanting to be delivering by sea.
I wonder why.
We'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land is easier, but that's going to start very soon.
Well, that announcement happened just hours after the US sent more
Honestly, I
military
thought the sea would be
firepower to
easier.
the region. And Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth paid a visit to the United States' largest aircraft carrier, which was recently moved to Latin America.
Oh. There we go.
Patrol, or whether it's in our nation's hemisphere, out at sea, interdicting cartels, defending the American people, we are grateful for you.
It was Maduro's message at a military parade on Thursday.
Oh, wow.
For the last 17 weeks, foreign imperialist forces have been continuously threatening to alter the peace in the Caribbean, in South America, and in Venezuela under false pretenses and extravagant arguments that no one believes.
Sure,
CNN
man.
Stefano Pozzebon is joining me now live. So, Stefano, this announcement from Trump appears that he's made a decision on his next plan of action. What's the reaction been like from Venezuela to this?
Yeah, well, I think that Nicolas Maduro's words yesterday, as he was commemorating a failed coup from his predecessor, the late President Hugo Chavez. But again, it was just an occasion for him to portray himself in a position of strength. It's not a coincidence that he was speaking to armed forces, members of the armed military, and especially wearing a green uniform. Well, we've been here before. We've been here for the last 17 weeks. I think that there is inside Venezuela a sense of fatigue around all of these military buildup from the United States that never arrives.
Well, everybody fucking hates this guy over in Venezuela. That's why there's a bunch of people that are political refugees from the country. Everybody hates this. They think he's a piece of shit. So, like, it's not even a question. He's got a sword out? Yeah, of course, right? These fisher boats keep getting blown up. Why do fisher boats keep showing up? I wonder why.
To the actual critical point, Donald Trump might say that conducting operations on the land, which we understand, we intend to believe that would mean inside Venezuelan territory. Well, Donald Trump might say that would be easier.
Haven't they ever seen the Alaska crab fishing show?
In terms of coming up with a response to what
It was so retarded
Maduro
sometimes.
Retaliate with that.
Venezuelans support Trump, want to destroy Maduro. Yeah, I mean, I mean, Venezuela used to be an incredibly wealthy, very advanced, powerful country. And now it's turned into a third world shithole that's being controlled, apparently, by this clown. It's hard to know whether this guy is, like, controlled by the cartels or not. I don't know. A lot of people think he is. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
I think he's in charge of the
it sure
cartels,
seems like
not
it's a
controlled by
shithole
it.
regardless, huh?
Hmm.
So is America? You think America is a shithole in the same way that Venezuela is? Get the fuck out.
And this is a
mind.
game of
Retard.
carrots and sticks that we've been seeing
Thank
here
you.
for the last 4 months. And I think that Maduro and many other people here in Venezuela are still on the edge. And there is a sense of fatigue around that edge because of these geopolitical tensions. We shall see eventually if Donald Trump decides to move forward. A week ago, he was saying that he was open to discussing in person with Nicolas Maduro.
He's going to be open to discussing it till he blows up his house. That's what I think is going to happen. I think he's going to say, you know what, everything was fine, everything was okay, and then, you know, one day, that's going to be it.
Hearing rumors that there may have already been a call. We don't understand that is the case, by the way, Christina. We understand that the call between Nicolas Maduro and Donald Trump is yet to happen, if indeed it will eventually happen. But at the same time, Donald Trump once again opening the door to a possible military action inside Venezuela that certainly bode well for the government here.
Yeah, that call been talked about for some time. We'll wait
happen.
to see if it materializes. Stefano, appreciate it.
Yeah, it is 100% going to happen, right? And what is this here? Let's see, for sake of argument, Maduro and Chavez fault, not all worldwide sanctions in the West. Should USA invade Venezuela to install a puppet government? So if they have a government, like, well, it's actually pretty simple. Like, if we have a guy that's over there that is controlled, they think he's controlled by the cartels, or he is basically allowing what is effectively bioweapons to be sent over to your country. Like, I feel like that's a pretty simple answer. The answer is yes. Yeah, just get rid of them. Like, at the end of the day, like, the American government, their obligation is to protect America. And that is a foreign and domestic obligation. Anybody else here in America, like, y'all, do we spend $1 trillion a fucking year? We spend $1 trillion a year to get fucked around. Absolutely not. Pretty sure Saudi decided that, not the U.S. Maybe, right? But he who has a bigger stick is the one that decides. That's right. Yeah, next time, ask Nigeria if it's okay to bomb Iran. Yeah, exactly. K. Kona, my government's never wrong. I don't think that they're wrong with this, and I think that Venezuela probably isn't. I think that really, if every country in South America was like El Salvador, number one, South America would be better off. Number two, America, the United States of America, would be better off. Everybody would be better off. Like, that's it. We have the cards. You don't have the cards. Yeah, exactly. The bigger stick, that's democracy for you. Well, democracy sometimes, why do you have democracy? Think about it like that, right? So the reason why you have democracy is because somebody with a stick says, no, you can't just put the guy that you want in charge. You have to vote. A stick decides everything. It just depends on your perspective. Honestly, I think this is something that's really a long time coming. This will change nothing. You must control the drugs and the money. No, not really. Like, the problem, so this is really, I think, the solution is you have to make sure that these countries have people that will use the military to self-regulate themselves. Because if they're not self-regulating and they're having all this crazy shit happen over there and nobody's being held accountable, then you're going to have some serious, oh, here we go. Posters of Maduro being torn down in Venezuela. This is from last year. This was last year. They don't even like this guy. Nobody likes this asshole. He a retard. Yeah, there it is. Not a bigger stick whenever we won the revolution. Sometimes truth and fitting what you believe in is enough. Well, we did have the bigger stick. You think Britain, like, you think if they could have militarily overpowered America and it was worth it for them, you think they wouldn't have done that? Nah, they would have done that, and we'd be learning right now that George Washington was a terrorist. Like, I don't even know what you're thinking, man. Like, it's crazy how deranged some people are, delusional they are. Yeah, they tried. They sent a bunch of fucking people over here, and they tried to stop it from happening. Minnesota in general is preparing the defense model of a beach stop if necessary and amphibious animation. Is this Venezuela? Uh-huh. Right, guys. Yeah. We had guerrilla warfare, and they had a gentleman's battle. That's right. Gentlemen don't win wars. The UK tried, the fucking French, they would have won. Yeah, well, I mean, the French are the OGs, right? Like, they're our original ally. Our oldest ally. Why aren't they speaking American? Well, because Trump hasn't invaded yet. That's coming. You didn't fucked over the French? I mean, I think, you know, again, like, there's a respect that we have for France, I would say. America should. Are they discussing escape plans? They should be, I'll tell you that. They definitely should be. The war is coming. Venezuelan Supreme Commanding General. Nationwide defense. The map they're using, largely based on guerrilla and the Venezuelan state. I don't know really if this is going to go anywhere or not. But I guess we're going to find out. So we do respect France, at least in my town. According to Candace Owens, France is trying to kill her. So many brain deads in chat today. What's wrong with the U.S. opening the oil market to countries besides Russia and China who already buy Venezuelan oil at floor prices? I mean, I don't really know. I think that whenever you understand that the majority of problems that people like this have, and you look at it from the context of the only reason why they have this problem is that it's being done by a person that they disagree with, then everything else makes perfect sense.
Hey guys, Jesse here. Over the past couple years, I've seen a new style of Damascus start to emerge.
Morpeg has made a dozen videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy.
Welcome back to a series so cinema. Even the haters are watching. In today's video, Hassan has reached terminal levels of copium and has embraced his true calling as the rank #1 dog shocker. Asmongold has called out Hassan for melting down, calling people broke and poor in regards to the Trigonometry podcast. Streamer Lonerbox is calling out Hassan for once again doing propaganda and being oblivious to China. Ethan has called out Hassan for apparently being racist. Hassan has finally said my name and responded to my videos after a chatter mentioned me on his stream. He says he loves my videos and thinks I'm the best. Definitely zero sarcasm. Then he randomly brings up somebody else, calls them a PDF file, and implies all his haters are pedos, and then continues to talk about me. Classic slimy Diddy Piker smearing strategy. Then he says he doesn't care that I'm making a shit ton of money off of roasting him. Sure, buddy. Twitch is once again ruining their platform, being omega greedy with their new features. People have responded absolutely fed up. Degenerate streamer Mizkif is back after being accused of SA blackmail and abuse by Emiru. His responses are not very good and terminal cringe. Subscribe, because literally everybody is. You don't want to miss the cinema or you're cooked. Let's up those numbers! Now let's begin. Right, so daily reminder, Hassan shocked his dog like Chancellor Palpatine and lied about it 10 different times. Well, now he's embracing his role in the Star Wars franchise. Hassan joins in on the dog shocking meme.
Brother, can you do the thing where you shock the dog for no reason? I missed it the first time. I would like to see it in person. I got you, King. I got you. Gaia. Gaia. Please. Get down. Boom. Was that good? Was that satisfying for you? I got you, King. Do it harder. Don't worry. The Clippers will love that bullshit.
Well, we officially have a new meme format. I mean, thank you, Hassan. I guess editors of the internet, it's your time to shine now. Be very creative. We know what you can do already, right? Also, I feel like Hassan really sounds so defeated at this point. Like, legitimately, no matter how hard he tries to move on from this, people just keep reminding him that this is your legacy. Like, you will always be the dog shocker. And honestly, this is amazing. This is how it should be. Pure responded, he did the thing, fatality. Some would call it absolute cinema. Yes, some would call it that. I wonder who. This goofy goober's so lame. Honestly, that's actually very smart of Hassan. If he doesn't show he's bothered, the commentators won't have one on him. I mean, he's obviously bothered. I mean, he's doing this after how many times he's shown that he's completely bothered about the situation. Like, leaning into the meme doesn't really work anymore, considering he's obviously extremely offended that people think he shocked his dog, right?
Charlie's been on a good streak lately. He genuinely cares about dogs. He talks about how much he cares about dogs and pets all the time. So do I, dumb f***. That's the reason why I'm fucking pissed off.
If he did this day one, I don't think there would have been such a huge uproar. Well, he would still have to prove that he didn't shock his dog, which he simply cannot do. It's actually hilarious. Ever since he got called out, you barely see the dog in his little corner bed in clips because he can't shock it. Kaya's like, oh no, not again. Aww. Right, so last time Hassan went on the Trigonometry podcast and he got absolutely destroyed, including the comment section who was cooking him. And he basically had a meltdown, calling everybody broke and poor, saying, why are you mad at me? You're a broke capitalist. Be a rich socialist like me, which literally makes no sense.
Even if you think I personally am a class traitor as a bourgeois, why the fuck are you mad at me over it? You're literally broke.
And Asbin responded, calling him out. Asbin comments on Hassan's aesthetics. It just looks bad.
Are you mad at me over it? You're literally broke. You are a member of the working class. And you are defending the interests of the super wealthy, dumbass. It doesn't make any sense. No counter argument beyond, oh, this guy is a rich socialist. What a fucking hypocrite. It's like, okay, dude, well, you're a poor.
It looks bad, man. It looks bad whenever you're talking about how important it is to raise taxes and all this stuff, but you're engaging in tremendous luxuries. Like, it's not like you just live in a nice house. Like, you live in a nice house, you have a Porsche, you have all these designer clothes. There's a lot of dissonance here, right? There's a lot of dissonance. And if you can't see that, you gotta you've got to at least be able to see where somebody's coming from whenever they're saying that, right? I mean, you've got to understand it to a degree.
Capitalist, you know what I mean? I'd rather be a fucking rich socialist than a broke boy defending capitalism, you know?
I think everybody would rather be a rich socialist. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, though. He's the only one who sort of wins and remains rich in a socialist utopia, right? At this point, communist. I mean, Hassan has admitted that he has no problem with communism. He absolutely loves it, in fact. Big fan to the point where he will glaze the USSR, be like, unfortunately, the US actually defeated them. Like, complete psychopath.
We are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately.
Hassan goes, I would love to meet Stalin himself, actually. Jolly old chap right there. Big role model of mine, actually. Next up, Kim Jong-un. I love me some North Korea, actually. Also, are we forgetting when Hassan was actually confronted on implementing his socialist ideals in reality? He refused to actually give up his mansions and was like, let's focus on healthcare first.
The city council has voted to expropriate your lavish, undeserved wealth and return your homes to the people. And that's backed up by police power, so it's violent. Is that what you mean?
I'm more invested in, especially in the short term, getting socialized medicine, like getting universal health care.
Like, he's a fraud. He's a complete joke. We got this ultimate Hassan Glazer in like every reply every single time. A bunch of regards don't know what socialism is. Every month when one of the chuds get a clip like this is a reminder that they don't have a single clue what they're talking about. And they've posted this meme, but it doesn't really apply considering Hassan not only participates in society, but exemplifies the most extreme versions of capitalism, where he's extremely rich, locked away in his mansion or whatever, and he looks down on poor people, like actively. Hassan is living the most consumerist capitalist lifestyle possible though, and is just hoarding money without funding any socialist projects. We should improve society somewhat, just not with any of my money. Bro, he can't even help Caseytron, his friend who was like defending him this entire time, and she's about to lose literally everything. Hassan cannot lend her 5 cents to him, which is like, you know, 100K or whatever, which is not a big amount to Hassan as well, and it would completely help Casey in this whole lawsuit, but he knows that money is going to Ethan, so he refuses to do it, right? Even if it's like helping somebody who's like a supporter of his. Or spend crazy money on a China trip, of course. The epitome of like luxury, dude. Moving on to Lonerbox calling out Hassan for his propaganda. Lonerbox's reaction to Hassan's argument on the Hong Kong mainland China systems, saying the existence of 2 different systems is ridiculous. I want a unified system. Interesting.
Normative fixture in Western culture, I swear to God, the entire time I was waiting in the line and I was thinking in my mind, why are there different systems? One system, please. Just pure convenience, okay? And I think out of sheer convenience, because of how inconveniencing it is to go from mainland China to Hong Kong, I'm not kidding. I think people will be like, no, look, come on, one system.
Okay, the Hong Kong system all over China.
Unify now. This is ridiculous. Pick up the pace.
It's
please.
like he doesn't talk about it. He doesn't remember, if Ethan hadn't brought up what had actually happened in Hong Kong, you would never have even heard what happened there in like 2019, 2020. You would never even known what the fuck had happened. What they basically came in and fucking crushed the protesters and clamped down on free speech and civil liberties and autonomy and everything else. Like, you wouldn't even know it happened. He had to acknowledge it after he was prompted. They did kind of, clamp down on some civil liberty.
What the fuck's going on? It's ridiculous. And I will tell you exactly.
I feel exactly the same about the West Bank. Checkpoints. Just, bro, there's already a government. There's already a functioning liberal democratic state there. Just take all of it. We can think about civil liberties later. Apparently, if we're doing the Hong Kong.
Dude, oh my God, this is actually just so embarrassing for him every single time. I mean, he's just not beating the allegations. The allegations of like this being a paid propaganda tour, him having like his fucking name on a sign, like welcomed in, being gifted the little red book that he's soy facing over. Like, it really seems like you were sponsored to go there, because even if you weren't, you're literally acting that exact same way. He does this shit for free. You don't need to pay this guy. He's like, no, I actually love you. I actually love you. I'm on your side. Trust me. These dumb Americans don't know. You see, I do this shit for the love of the game, boys. And again, I will just never understand how America is so lenient that they allow this dude to just waltz around willy-nilly, actively harming the citizens, creating more terrorism, more future terrorists from his audience as well, supporting on these vile things, and actively harming the population. I'm sorry, it's pathetic, okay? It's actually pathetic. You guys need to get your shit in gear and lock him up ASAP, bro. Throw this guy in prison, Jesus Christ. It's embarrassing, buddy. And the thing is, anytime you apply his logic to one of the conflicts he cares about, it just doesn't work at all, right? And he would call you a fascist for even suggesting it. It's like rules for thee, but not for me regarding every single situation. Yup, I knew somebody would bring this up. And then imagine having that take about Palestine. All that back and forth is annoying. Let's just make all of it Jewish, way more convenient for everybody. His head would pop from his blood pressure. Bro, his head is like a corkscrew on a little like wine bottle or like any fizzy drink or something. It's like, I can just imagine it like boom. Like he'd be like a cartoon character and anytime it'd just like pop when he gets angry and then it'd go back. I must oppress you with our government because it's more convenient. Well, take. Let's oppress everyone just for the sake of Hassan's convenience. Remember, this guy and his ilk don't give a frick about human rights or civil liberties as long as they themselves are not the ones suffering. I've been saying this all this time, all right? Everybody just needs to watch the series and understand this guy's a fraud, man. It's actually a fraud. It's like people come across this shit and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe Hassan is like this. Where have you been, pal? Where have you been for the last 170 episodes? Come on. We're just waiting for the internet to catch up, buddy. My God. How does he still have a fan base? Jesus. Redistribute the wealth as long as everyone else is not mine. We need to first solve healthcare, actually, and then you get to take my mentions. Yes, please. Please, do it in order. Socialism in order, except when I'm the only one with money, I'm not gonna do shit. Hasn't this guy been obsessively focused on the most inconvenient sliver of land on the planet for the last 2 years? The question is, which system is on if you had to choose? You do not ask him those questions. Do not ask him that. How does this guy always say the wrong thing? He just has like a compass that hones him in to the most regarded opinion on the planet. Uneducated take by Hassan right here. Congrats, you're a far right nut. Hassan, Ethan asks how people watch Hassan after posting a clip of Piker saying is the authority to speak on points of contention in the black community. Man, F this dude. What is wrong with you all watching this scumbag?
Don't care if like real black people, especially black academics or, you know, people that write for theroot.com decide to make this like a genuine fucking problem. Ultimately, no one cares about this shit. Okay? No one. I don't care. Maybe because I'm white and privileged. You can't tell black people what is or isn't a point of contention though. Yes, I can. I am literally a political commentator. I have black members in this community and I tell them shit all the time. Yes, I can. And I will keep doing it. I don't care. And there is literally nothing you can do about it. Well, if a white man says no one should care about this, then I as a black person can just go fuck myself, I guess. This seems like another moment, right, where a white person is telling you how you should feel.
Yeah, this one's interesting because I feel like if Hassan saw somebody else say this, he would instantly rush to call them racist, right? He'd say, what do you mean you're not listening to the black members of your community? How racist are you, bro? Do you not care about minorities? And here he is literally doing the same shit. And this isn't the only clip. In fact, this isn't even one of the bad clips. In the past episodes, he had some choice words for black people, for trans people, for gay people. He's just an all-rounder in that regard, you know? He's like a star sportsman who can play every role, you know?
Black people care about the border. I don't give a what black people care about.
I think at the end of the day, Hassan just wants you to know, whatever minority community you're a part of, he wants you to know that you are just really stupid and uneducated. And only Hassan Piker has the political know-how and the authority to speak for you, right? He understands black issues better than you because you're an absolute dummy, right? I mean, pick a struggle at this point, Hassan. Narcissism, insecurity, racism, sexism, animal abuse, harassing women, terrorist support. I mean, god damn, buddy. Are you collecting these like Dragon Balls? You got all the charges here, buddy. It's like a Super Smash Bros. Multiplier. Buddy's over 300. Is he really using I have a black friend? That's the same thing they do if somebody else uses that defense. They're like, oh, you're obviously racist, but then they have to default to that. Moving on to Hassan finally responding to me, finally mentioning me by name after 180 episodes. Call me Farmer Joe because I be milking. But anyways, he's called me out like 50 times before, just not explicitly saying my name, but you can obviously tell he's talking about me. But this is the first time he's actually said my name, so a little bit of credit here. Hassan shouts out More Pegasus for being his favorite YouTuber. What an honor, honestly. I love that guy.
And then also, More Pegasus made a dozen videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly. He's the best in the business.
Okay, I gotta say, for the first time in his life, Hassan is actually speaking facts, okay? Now, it might be sarcasm, but yes, in fact, I am the best in the business and the greatest YouTuber of all time. Now, unfortunately, a Hassan recommendation is probably like the worst thing you could ever have. It's not a title I want, honestly, but even the haters cannot stay away. And what did I say? Everyone is watching the legend offer in all of its existence since the dawn of time. In fact, the entire creation of existence itself was simply to create the Pegasus series. Now, I'll tell you what actually shocked me, and no, not Kaya, but the fact that my name is actually not banned in his chat. I mean, that's kind of progress, Hassan. Congratulations. I mean, a little bit of dissent actually allowed in the cult. I mean, I'll give it a few days before you gotta speak in ancient hieroglyphics again. Gotta type M star P star in order to mention my name or you're gonna get banned. Or maybe one of their mods watched the video and, you know, took off the blacklist or whatever. I don't know. Right, so then in classic Hassan fashion, he somehow like implies I'm a pedo. I mean, just a classic experience with Hassan. So he obviously cannot say anything about me directly. Obviously, there's no evidence of anything. So he brings up another random guy in the middle of talking about me. And then he says, oh, this guy's a pedo. And all my haters are pedo. Right after basically calling me a hater, right? So the implication is there.
That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly. He's the best in the business. Every other day, there's another Hassan is finished video that comes out of those guys. It's fucking awesome. I thought Andy Pants Gaming was, yeah, until we found out that he like had made AIC lost the custody of his children. And yes, that is exactly what that's exactly what my haters are doing out there. Okay, it's just about waiting, just waiting it out.
Right. So all your haters are just pedos, right? You just gotta wait, guys. Eventually, they will expose themselves. Don't listen to them. They're probably PDF files. By the way, he says that right after mentioning my name, and after this, he again continues to talk about me. And this is just a classic chapter in Hassanetics, right? If you go to page 34 of your textbook, you'll find out that this is a common tactic Hassan uses to smear all of his haters so that nobody listens to them, right? And I mean, I've witnessed this happen to other people all the time, right? Like, you know, he's always calling Tectone something. You criticize his sound, suddenly you're a lolly lover PDF file or whatever. And now I'm experiencing it firsthand, although, you know, not to that extent, but I still feel like it's ridiculous, man. The way this guy operates. It's like this is the first time he's ever probably a PDF file. I don't know for sure. He's probably not yet, but maybe later. Maybe if I'm lucky. Maybe if I pray really hard. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not the one who went to a Diddy party.
I walked into this like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella. And one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl.
I'm not the one who went to a brothel that in Germany that was very questionable and apparently got raided or something. I'm not the one who begs for nudes from my fans in my Snapchat that I can't confirm the age of.
Okay, all of these are dudes now. I used to exclusively get fucking like titty pics and shit on my Snapchat, and now it's just
and Jillywig's girlfriend, all right, in some form of weird sexual harassment. Like, I don't know, bro.
And he came in, he said, "You could see my dick in this," and I said, "Hassan, I'm not looking." And then he proceeded to hump the air, and he said, "Look," and I said, "I'm not looking."
That's crass.
So then a chatter talks about how much money I'm making from these videos, and he says that he's gonna put my kids through college. I mean, I hate to break it to you, Hassan, but it's more like my great-great-great-grandkids at this point.
It's just about waiting. Just waiting it out. They're making mad money from you. I mean, I don't give a shit. Whatever, dude. Hopefully I'll put his kids through college if anyone actually is stupid enough to have sex with them. And then their kids won't be just as dumb as their dad. Hassan is a vibe that bears love and pedos hate. Exactly.
Okay, first off, if you're a dedicated Pegasus viewer, you would know that I do this shit for the love of the game. Now, a little bit of lore here since it's relevant. I essentially retired like 3 to 4 years ago, and this was before I started the Hassan series, right? We were already beyond successful without ever mentioning this guy's name, right? We had a bunch of other shit before that. We had the Beast, KSI, Logan Saga. Before that, we had another channel, right? This isn't even my main channel. And we were way more popular on that. We did a bunch of like Reddit, general reactions, commentary, story time, bunch of mixed stuff or whatever. Basically, we've been popping for 7 years with or without this freak, right? Just establishing that we never needed this guy, because that's what all the like Hassan glazers like to say. You'd be broke without Hassan. Your entire life is Hassan. You could not make a career without him. Like, that's just provably false, right? But yes, it is fun to shit on him. In fact, I would do it for free. I do it for the love of the game, all right? And yes, we are making mad money from him actively. Why not? It's just a bonus. It's just a bonus, all right? Why am I gonna not take free money on the table? Also, keep in mind, I'm literally a decade or 10 years younger than this guy, and somehow still have more common sense than this absolute moronic piece of shit, right? And hopefully, by the time I'm his age, he will, be in prison, probably lose his career, and I will still be relevant and, actually not be as miserable as this fucking loser. Also, I don't know if you guys caught that, but he does this weird thing where he flip-flops between him and them when addressing me. So it's like he wants to talk about me, but he knows that he has zero dirt on me, and he's kind of hesitant to say anything, which I don't know why he would be. He slanders other people left and then it might be accurate, right? Because one of his haters might be a pedo or something like that, right? And that's basically what he did there. Like, oh, Pegasus is good, but this other guy that I immediately mentioned seconds after him and in the middle of my statement about him is actually a PDF file and a weirdo. And also the rest of my haters are a weirdo. Also, yes, let me end this sentence with Pegasus again. It's It's like, it's so slimy. We know what you're doing, dude.
And then their kids won't be just as dumb as their dad.
Also, fucking Hassan calling anybody dumb. Buddy, if we put your brain in an MRI, we would literally see nothing, okay? Your brain is actively being studied from fucking aliens in another galaxy, thinking, how the brain, it is nothing. Holy. Even iDubbbz would be impressed. He responded, Hassan, can't wait to hear you crash out about him. We know you're saying it just to not get flamed by him, despite he will continue calling you out. The legendary series will continue on. Absolutely diabolical. Welcome back to a video so energizing that even I subscribed. In today's video, Hassan is finally talking about me again and is coping over with the greatest video series of all time, and said his drama could pay for my future's kids. Finally called me out. He's losing it. More Pegasus is gonna farm this so hard. Indeed. You're gonna be eating good with a chicken and rice late. Okay, these are actual fans. All right, I thought these were like random Twitter people, but they know the lore. They know I like my chicken and rice. Say my name and it's me. Just look Walter White is like, say my name. That would be hilarious. We all know damn well Hassan has seen every episode of the most spectacular TV show in the world. Even the Oscars has subscribed. Man, this is amazing. This is amazing. He cooks Hassan in the daily, is fuming internally. My man, More Pegasus, broke that commie hack. Oh my god, he's actually doing it. Oh bro, he's definitely going home, looking at the mirror, jacking it to himself, and then crying. Hassan losing at day 428. It's actually day 180 or something. Hamas, Diddy, Adolf, Bin Laden, E-word, Smollett, Palpatine, Petite Feet, Pica, acknowledging the existence of More Pegasus, diabolical. 100 more episodes for this. Thank you, Mr. Pica. Let's up those numbers. Another fan of the series. What did I say, fellas? What did I say? Everybody's watching. Pegasus is watching this. That is my face. True. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. What happens when Hassan shocks me? Even Palpatine Pikers, if you can't use a Luffy meme. He's gonna lose his mind. Luffy's a terrorist, remember? Pegasus already made enough to put multiple generations through college of Diddy Piker's name alone. 200 more episodes. Dude, I never thought the series could get to 200, but I mean, Hassan's stupidity is unlimited. Diabolical. He's cooked. Let's up those numbers in today's video. Frog it. Okay, they did it. They did it, not me. All right, you cannot blame me this time. All my haters are actually Peta's classic. Old enough to count, old enough to mount. I wonder how many hours a day he watches videos about himself by other creators, news articles, and reads user comments about himself. Seems like a self-absorbed person and must be exhausting for him. It's his entire existence, dude. Ultimate omega narcissist. You mention his name in a dark alley, he'll appear and be like, what did you say? I think he only watches thirst traps about himself. Right, so Asmin responded.
More Pegasus made a dozen videos about you in the past few days.
Oh, in the past few days, yeah.
I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly. Every other day, there's another Hassan is finished video that comes out of those guys. It's fucking awesome.
I think that this is probably unironically the best way that he can approach it. It is. This is the best way for him to approach it.
Okay, I will admit dozen is a bit of an underestimation. Just a little. Just a little. It's not like I numbered the series or anything. Moving on to Twitch being omega greedy, doing anything but fixing their platform. Apparently, they introduced a new feature where you can gift 1,000 subs, trying to extract even more money from the people. Dev Iyer, a former member of Twitch's product team, calls out the company's 1,000 gifted sub limit, says the feature was brought in because internal staff are scrambling to hit end-of-year revenue targets.
Imuru gets a, I saw this. Imuru gets a 1,000 sub. I hate women.
What the? Dude, Evan, thank you. I'm like speechless. What the fuck?
So he gifted 1,000 subs?
I don't know why it's...
This guy gifted 1,000 subs.
What? I'm
now, anybody gifting me 1,000 subs, you're getting permanently fucking banned.
Just for context, Twitch gets at a very minimum 30% from every subscription.
As a former member of the Twitch product team who built out gift subs, I can tell you the only reason this feature exists is that internal staff are scrambling to hit end-of-the-year revenue targets with low-hanging fruit features to squeeze every penny they can get to keep leadership happy.
And then the literal Twitch head of product replied,
"Hey Dev, hope you are doing well. This is an incorrect take. We did this because we have a small number of users that gift in large amounts, and this makes it easier for them. The revenue lift here doesn't make a difference, as most of these users were already gifting large amounts."
I mean, that is complete bullshit, and they know it. Twitch is unbelievably greedy and pathetic. From their 5 billion ads on their platform, their unwatchable ass service, charging people to rewind a stream. I still can't get over that, bro. It's absolutely psychotic. You can do that for free on YouTube, by the way. I mean, anyone with a brain cell can see that they obviously did this to make more money, and instead of actually doing something to improve that platform, they just choose to extract more money from the people, and it's just disgusting. Also, nobody should be gifting 1,000 subs. What the fuck are you doing with their life? Use your money for something actually productive. Most of these streamers you're donating to are already millionaires, and including Emiru, obviously.
And how you instantly know they're full of shit. The feature was removed the very next day.
Hey Mike, why did the option to gift more than 200 subs at once disappear one day after it was introduced?
We were not happy with gift distribution.
You couldn't refund gifted subs even if you wanted to.
You do not do it.
Dude, I don't even know how to react. Holy.
Perm ban. Yeah, perm ban. Simple. She said my name for only send the police to your house so they can institutionalize you immediately. I said the same thing with World of Warcraft. If you achieve every single achievement, Blizzard should refund all of your subscription fees and they should pay for a year of your therapy.
Oh, absolutely. If you're not like an oil prince and you're donating this amount of money, you have like a serious problem. Even if you are, I'd probably question you because honestly, from what I know, most people who do this are not even rich. They scrounge together money they actually need and then they spend it on these female streamers or whatever because they think that they can date them or they will simply acknowledge their existence, which is unbelievably pathetic. The reality is they don't give a fuck. They will just happily take your money and be happy to never see you again. You're just another loser who lost $5,000. And when this doesn't end up working, they will try to meet them in real life and, you know, essay them, hug them, try to kiss them or whatever happened to Emiru, right? So you might think that Asmin is joking when he says like permaban them, but no, you actually should, because you should never let these people believe that they legitimately have a chance, right? And when they give you that amount of money, that's what they're signaling to you, that, oh, I think I have a chance, right? And it's probably just going to end up harming you in the long run. Oh, so it was just a way to get more money? I'm shocked. Almost as shocked as Kaya. I guess we know who's gonna try to hug Emiru next, pretty much. Gifting 5k to a millionaire. Highest IQ. This guy feels like he's owed something now. If I was Emiru, I'd put that money towards increasing my security. To be honest, 5k ain't giving you shit. The number of stalkers this girl has or survival instinct should be going into overdrive immediately. It's like at a certain point, you gotta turn off the funnel. Even if it's like free money, you gotta realize that it's not really free. What's worse, that it has 5990 crossed out, meaning they want you to actually feel like you're saving money by clicking the button. Thanks, DJ Clancy. Did somebody say Daniel Clancy? Hello, Twit CEO Dan here. You fools! What you didn't realize is that it was I was the Guna who donated her $5,000. Aha, got you. Now what you gonna say? Emiru is totally invited to the Diddy party. She's my second favorite Emily. Second only to extra Emily, my queen, who drives like a... Sorry, cannot say that on YouTube. Anyways, Emiru, please check your bank account. $1 billion has been deposited, courtesy of DJ Dan. Now please, send me your undergarments. DJ Dan out. It's getting tougher and tougher to survive these possessions, right? Moving on to Mizkif. Recap, he got exposed by Emiru for allegedly being toxic, SA, blackmail, etc. Since then, he launched a lawsuit against Emiru and Asmongold. He said he would be going demon time, exposing all the streamers, but has literally done nothing so far. Here we got some updates from WestChat.
How's your mental? It's great. I'm not kidding you. It's great. Sure, buddy. I'm very confident and okay.
Mizkif is such a cornball. He's acting all...
What do you mean? I'm not gonna go and do a reformed arc just to make you guys happy. I've been reforming a lot over the past year that you don't see, that my viewers have seen. I've changed a lot, and I'm not a person that I once was years ago. It's not complete bullshit. How would you know? Because I watched your streams this year and you didn't change for shit. I truly believe I've changed a lot. Good.
Bro, the only thing you changed was the Asian girl you were with.
Okay, that is diabolical. Okay, but seriously, explaining that Emiru had a problem with guys or something, like, which OF girl is he gonna choose next? That is basically his stream, right? It is just pathetic. Also, what happened to defending yourself from the allegations? That, like, he's just completely given up on that, or what? I mean, you can argue this because of the lawsuit, but then why would you say that you're gonna completely expose everything or whatever? I mean, I just don't get this guy. Apparently, he's been posting cringe too, which is the worst crime, obviously.
We're just in a demon mode right now, but we're hiding. It's demon time. But the thing is with demon time, chat, people think demon time is one day. Demon time is not one day. Demon time is a lifestyle. It's long lasting, and it will last years. That's what demon time is.
Damn, bro, this is like Papa John's Day of Reckoning. This is like Armageddon, but way more serious. Have you driven her 150 miles in your car yet?
Oh my god, this man is a different level of cringe. Holy shit. This is like the worst way to go about it. When you make a joke about a serious situation, especially when you're involved and it involves like essay and shit like that. I feel like there's a time and place for everything. You should take that Professor Oak advice, you know? 30 years old and on demon. Just the behavior reinforces all the allegations against him. How he feels after saying demon time. It's not just a phase, mom. Get white people on the internet mad and they'll start talking like Sasuke Uchiha. That's a good one. Demon time's a lifestyle. Go back to bed, dude. You're not on some arc. You're just an a-hole and don't want to change. Dude will get accused of essay and be like, okay, demon time. Yet another plushie has hit the Mizkif. The girl sitting next to Mizkif looks like a hostage. Bro's balding from the stress. So then he says the people are actually reaching out privately to show support. Just publicly nobody, right? This seems familiar.
What do you think about the Clats getting to the Austin Circle? I don't care. Do you think I like hate everybody in the Austin area or something? I'm like, it's like me standing outside waiting to fight all of them or something. Most of them have messaged me and said that they either feel bad for me and all this stuff or basically that's it. They just can't publicly defend me or talk about me at all because they'll just get ripped to shreds. Like, I will say this. All my roommates have said that I have called me or said they feel bad.
Nobody will speak publicly because they're scared of harassment from Asmongold, of course. I mean, I don't know, man. I've played it like as neutral as possible this entire time, but this guy just refuses to put up a defense. And again, if he provides some evidence to the contrary, sure. But for now, he's just getting cooked. Why does he do this fake confidence bit every time? The same guy was going to replace him. Controlling and degrading multiple ex-girlfriends is enough for anyone to think you're an emotionally abusive piece of shit. For some reason, he can't seem to grasp that. Very small human being indeed, it's sad. Allegations that are bullshit. You went on stream and admitted to all of it. I mean, definitely some of it. By the way, I got a message. A viewer recently told me that he met his girlfriend because they both watched my videos and now they're married. I mean, watching the series will give you unlimited blessings. Now click this video to also have good fortune. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Hello, noble ones. Welcome back to my channel. Holy moly, look who we've got. This guy. All right, so we're going to get a little bit of an intro first.
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right, you're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Oh, very little extract that we're getting at the beginning, and I think I'm gonna do just that. Anyways, let's discuss this. It was a little bit of a cut, so we'll have to watch the entire thing, but he didn't indeed seem to want to admit whether he's a Christian or not. Let me rewatch it very quickly.
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Yeah, you say that. I haven't claimed that.
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I?
He is dodging the question, it seems, but this is a super cut, so I do not want to use this. It appears, I might be wrong, that he's dodging the question. This guy is a bit obnoxious, but the question he's asking is valid.
But you're really quite nothing. Right, you're not.
Yeah, he's annoying.
Not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him. I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author, a podcaster, public speaker, and today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists. Reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
Okay. Let's see, that could be interesting.
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the magisterium and biblical hermeneutics, like I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like I do.
Hermeneutics, for those who don't know, because they're a big word, hermeneutics is the...
You know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you missed some ability, that it's still off now.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out.
But then it seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim.
Yeah.
My experience with atheists is twofold. Is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition. by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animal.
That does happen sometimes. I think there are some atheists, usually not really. I don't know, it's very generic to speak about atheists like this, just as it is very generic to speak about Christians as if you could put everything into one box. But it is true that in my experience as well, when you encounter an atheist who is very combative about it, there might have been some trauma related to religious people. What do you guys think? Anyways, let's see how it continues.
Animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined.
I agree with him on this. I do agree with him.
Religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism to you is a very specific type of like 3 people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
At this point, I would say, yeah, both are having a reductive view of each other. Yeah, I might say this quite a few times today.
Well, let's start your claim. How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe...
I don't know why wisdom. No, I would say we look to him through faith, but whatever, I guess. I mean, I don't want to be too pedantic. I think we can agree with that definition. Let's see what now he seems like to be attaching something to it.
And that we look to them through wisdom. The average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems like...
If everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other. The mere fact of communication.
I disagree with both. Hey, yeah, both were like nonsensical. So let me just kind of dissect this very quickly. So already one thing that this guy here, I don't know his name. I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but let's see. What did he say again? Last section sounded a little strange to me. Like I wouldn't agree with
gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views.
Everybody has mutually exclusive and different
of what God is.
Views of what God is. People that have, like for instance,
maybe I was sleeping.
Of course, there are mutually exclusive ideas in different religions, but there are also areas of commonality. Like for instance, in a lot of ancient religions, there is the idea of a father God who is the maker. That we are choosing to address. It's not always, if you belong to different religions, everything
now anyway. So might as well get him down. Hoping to see something on Venezuela, but I guess not yet. That's still live decorating his room. go. Camel.
For 10 years, I've played League of Legends, and for those 10 years, I really haven't questioned that decision as much as I probably should. League players infamously hate their own supposed favorite game, but not me. I've been Riot's biggest defender, their staunchest ally, their most loyal customer for a decade. The Rift calls, and I answer. But the Rift has changed quite right enough to make it permanent, and that means that League is an ever-changing game, even more so than most other live service titles. When you're in the thick of these changes, it makes playing League a dynamic and engaging experience. But when those changes start to slow, nor familiar. The game has stabilized, and as I look around, I'm reminded of the ship of Thesis, whose parts were swapped out one by one until ship. Is League the same game? The answer to that isn't exactly a no, but I've slowly but surely been losing interest in League over the past several seasons. Unfortunately, the game leaves you with an itch that needs to be scratched. Some people call this an addiction, and in the absence of Riot's corrupting influence, it was only a matter of time until League's biggest rival came knocking. In the past several months, I've played more Dota than I'm willing to admit into a microphone, and today I want to talk to you about
I didn't hear it at all, actually.
so invested. It makes sense to start with the big stuff. At surface level, both maps are extremely similar. They both have 3 lanes, they both have stretches of jungle between those lanes, and they even both have a river flowing down the middle. But Dota's map absolutely dwarfs.
But yeah, I must have been out there for a little bit.
There are the same number, 30 jungle camps to League's 14, and the lanes themselves are much longer, which becomes obvious when you look at the large gaps between towers in comparison to League's borderline overlapping tower ranges. The playable surface area of Dota's map is further increased by critical differences in the way each respective game handles terrain. For all intents and purposes, anything that isn't the ground in League of Legends can be considered out of bounds. Walls can be dashed through or jumped over by many champions, but elevated terrain cannot be warded, climbed onto, or really interacted with in any other meaningful way. But in Dota, elevation changes are a central part of gameplay. The map is absolutely covered with hills, stairs, and ramps of all kinds, and fighting from high ground gives you a massive advantage, both because you gain evasion from targets hitting you from lower elevation, and because by default, characters on lower elevation cannot see up a hill, but characters on higher elevation do have vision down the hill. This feature is part of a fairly robust vision system in which wards use line of sight logic to determine their vision radius, further incentivizing control of the high ground and especially incentivizing these highly elevation. It also applies to trees, which in Dota cover the map. League also has for walls and other uninteractable terrain elements. In Dota, trees are fully interactable game objects. They're independent from one another, and depending on who these function similarly to bushes in League in that they obstruct vision, providing opportunities to juke your opponents. But instead of literally making the people inside them invisible to people that aren't also inside the bush, they just block line of sight while you escape, provided that they aren't chopped down before you can TP out. Speaking of teleport, we want to discuss some of the universal options available to all players in order to paint a more complete picture of how map design impacts gameplay. It's not difficult to see how a larger map with more room to farm could slow games down to a crawl. But in practice, Dota's potent arsenal of playmaking tools do a fairly good job of keeping the game moving. Teleportation scrolls are available in place of League's universal teleport back to Fountain, instead allowing you to TP to any of your team's structures on the map on a mere 80-second cooldown for the low cost of just $100. So for most players, these aren't exactly going to be in short supply. This allows cross-map fights to break out at the drop of a hat, since any attempted gank can quickly snowball into a full 5v5 at virtually any point during the game, especially in the top and bottom lanes, which I forgot to mention are permanently joined by us to join fights thanks to your courier, which is the single aspect of the game that feels before I even remembered to mention their existence. Rather than backing to the fountain and slewing from the fountain,
I've always wondered about Dota.
allows you to actually keep playing the game. For a League player like myself, this is an unexpectedly novel concept, and now that it's occurred to me just how much of a League match is spent walking back and forth past my own towers, I'm really not sure I'm ever going to be willing to give up my courier again. But the presence of 10 players actually out there on the map, and even the abundance of cross-map teleports, isn't always enough to facilitate action. The last piece to the puzzle in the radius to maintain invisibility for up to 45 seconds, even when allowing teams to scout out ganks on perma-farming carries that have no intention of leaving incredibly effectively, keeping the pace of action in your average match relatively high on respawn, catch every wave, and protect every tower, keeping lane phase going for a large portion of your average game. Teams are disincentivized from leaving lane phase earlier than they absolutely have to because of the value of solo XP and farm, and split pushing is powerful enough that top laners specifically can get stuck on an island protecting their tower for the entire length of the match. Dota at least partially on the map at any given time, whether that's waves, camps, or the multitude of small contestable objectives I haven't mentioned, like runes, lotus petals, and wisdom shrines, means that there's in the game to prevent getting picked off, which in turn encourages skirmishing from a very early. On the contrary, power farming heroes are often so powerful that their existence also reinforces the need to constantly skirmish as teams attempt to draw attention away from their lore is immensely positive. But before we move on to talking about positions, we have to talk about what Dota's map gets wrong, at least from my perspective. If it has one quite long, and in many cases the blame can be placed squarely on this small hill, which elevates both bases above the rest of the map. All of the issues and difficulties associated with pushing into high ground are eventually unavoidable if you have any interest whatsoever in the game ever ending, and especially in lower elos, even relatively one-sided games can quickly devolve into 30 minutes of jungling simply because the winning team isn't coordinated enough to push high ground, despite being far too fed to ever lose fights otherwise. Even in League, which has no elevation system, breaking the base can be a big hurdle, and as a result, League has several failsafes in place designed to ensure a timely end to the match. Baron Nashor, League's cleverly named version of Roshan, gives a massive buff to minion waves that makes pushing towers much easier, allowing opponent bleed out from an inability to match in multiple lanes. And if that somehow isn't enough, Elder Dragon, another late game objective, gives a massive burn of guaranteeing a quick teamfight win, immediately followed by an even quicker end to the game. In their own way, Dota's neutral objectives are strong, but they aren't. Essentially just a better one-time use Guardian Angel does give the holder a hefty advantage in teamfights, but Dota's buyback system, which is accessible to everyone, allows you to instantly respawn for a hefty fee, which in turn allows fighting in their base, and they have the presence of mind to keep some gold in reserve player permanently. But this ability upgrade can also just be bought for 1400 gold without having to wrangle the entire team into the distant corner of the map that Valve in maybe 5 to 10 of my hundreds of games. games. The lack of truly idiot-proof game-ending objectives past the 40 to 45-minute mark means 70-minute stalemates are infinitely more common than they are in League. None of this, even the elevation change, would be nearly as much of an issue if towers function nearly as much damage as Leagues, but they are much tankier, and their targeting functions half by proximity and half by mystical, unknowable principles designed to ignore minions within tower radius, which is genuinely obnoxious at all stages of the game, requires you to walk extremely close to the tower in order to gain vision of the higher elevation, which has a tendency to wipe out potentially game-winning waves and add about 5 minutes to your game time. And to add insult to injury, towers don't give nearly as meaningful a monetary reward as their League counterparts, which only further disincentivizes split pushing, which is already far less practical in League than Dota for a variety of map design. But I am going to give the nod to League for both the tower and neutral objective contributing to slightly faster games. This is not the video where I'm going to go into any real depth about character designs in specifics, not because I don't think the subject is important, but because I think the discussion of how each game views both the role of items as well as the definition of
Characters in
mechanical
League.
skill more than deserves its own video. But a discussion about map design and how that impacts core gameplay would be incomplete if we didn't also talk about the positions in Dota and how the distribution of characters in the laning phase differs from League. League, of course, features a duo bot lane with an ADC and support, 2 solo lanes in mid and top, and then a dedicated jungler. Dota does not use this setup, and though this is one of the things that initially threw me off the most, I've begun to see some clear advantages in the way difference is the lack of a dedicated jungler. If you're a League player who's ever forgotten an item is wildly impractical. Jungle items give bonus XP for clearing camps, they give bonus regen while you're standing in the jungle, and they dramatically boost your damage output against neutral camps across the board. They're absolutely mandatory for every single jungler in the game, but Dota doesn't have them, and as a result, jungling is wildly impractical for the vast majority of characters in the early game. Instead, both top and bot lanes are duo lanes, which fast couple years, especially in higher levels of play. Specifically, Riot is at war with the concept of lane swapping, in which top laners are forced to lane against the duo lane so that each team's duo lane can free farm more easily. Rightfully unsuccessful, that they've literally begun to strong-arm players into walking to their assigned lanes by reducing gold accumulation for any player that's detected at fix, even by Riot standards. But Valve hasn't had to deal with this issue at all, not just because both side lanes have 2 players, but because side lanes are swapped by most instantly. League is historically a bot lane dominant game, on account of there being twice as many players in the bottom lane as top. The game has been patched time and time again to try to balance out the
Weekly
inherent
patches, aren't there?
importance placed on the lane with all the people in it, but with minimal success. But in Dota, both sides has their carry top. League has also historically struggled with ranged versus melee matters to exist in a lane where one mistake doesn't mean disaster thanks to the presence of their support, but also for entirely new archetypes to thrive, like melee figure out. The lack of a jungler and the abundance of space to farm also gives the role system some increased flexibility and a slightly more fair distribution of blame. If League players know one thing, it's that you can always blame the jungler, and though that isn't always completely fair, there is an element of truth to the idea that the jungler is the only player that matters in a large portion of games. Giants. They're also fully responsible for securing neutral objectives, of which there are many, and they still have to keep up with their own farming. Because everybody knows that jungling is the most important role in many games, it comes with a free side of blame pretty much no matter how the game goes. And because people know that opting into jungling includes opting into getting flamed, people don't opt into jungling. And because nobody and unprepared, which only furthers the stereotype that bad junglers are to blame for each and every loss. By eliminating the jungle role entirely, you do eliminate an irreplaceable playstyle with
No jungle.
real equivalent in Dota, but but you also spread the responsibilities of the jungler to multiple players. King is now the responsibility of multiple people, typically both supports and the mid laner, depending on how the game is going. And farming the jungle is now both an additional source of gold for carry players and a source of gold for anybody that gets obliterated in lane. Impact of not having a dedicated jungler is the need for fewer objectives in the early, like dragons, heralds, and grubs have no real equivalent in Dota, which has an underrated impact on when teams fight and why. League teams are accustomed to the idea that contesting each objective is mandatory, and as more and more objectives have been added to the game, League has become a game about speedrunning as much of your build. Dota doesn't really have such a wealth of mandatory objectives. Teams are far more focused.
Books. An old timer like me. Lay down the blanket. The prescription bag.
This is looking quite questionable.
Western part of their country.
I am the enforcer, and
drones at the Crimean Bridge and also at the mainland.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as significant developments have started to transpire, not only in leaves, over the course of the past 24 hours alone. News has emerged from the Islamic Republic of Iran within its central regions that aren't, well, not armed uprisings, but uprisings appear to be underway. Horsemen and forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran have attempted to put down the uprisings within the area, but are currently running out of control, with the area generally reaching a state of lawlessness. Meanwhile, within the Islamic Republic of Iran, about 100 miles north of that location, we have also heard that multiple reservoirs, including the Karaj Reservoir, have now run bone dry with a damn amount of fresh water, which they vitally need in these dire hours, but also the ability to produce any electricity from the remaining water that was inside the reservoirs. The Islamic Republic of Iran has also started to conduct missile attacks and airstrikes against the Kurdistani people within the semi-autonomous regions of northern Iraq, also called Kurdistan. The Islamic yesterday and today not only show airstrikes, but also show missiles being fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran in short-range forms to be able to conduct targets against, to conduct strikes. The Republic of Iran is also dealing with the state of Israel continuing an unabated conflict with Hezbollah. The attacks will be met with significant reprisals,
and it appears that the Israelis have told them to get bent, and have also told the Lebanese government that either they will completely dismantle Hezbollah, or Israel is once again going to return to taking increasingly strong actions to ensure that Hezbollah does not pose a threat to the state of Israel and its interest within the region. Meanwhile, more news has started to emerge that allegedly the attack that was conducted on Israeli forces in Syria last night within the southern regions of the government's intelligence forces, the same Syrians that were alleged to have conducted the attacks and massacres against the Druze people within the southeastern corner of Syria near to the region of Federation, as the Ukrainian armed forces have still conducted even larger attacks against the Russians at towards to the area of the Kerch Bridge and the Kerch City area. At this moment, we have not gotten any video picture evidence from the ground, but it seems to be indicative, at least at the moment, that in a large attempt by the Ukrainians to conduct a precise attack, either on the city of Kerch, the Kerch Strait ferry crossing, or the Kerch Bridge, is most likely underway at this moment. The Ukrainians, and we've also gotten additional news that has confirmed that the statements we made yesterday on air were 100% armed attacks against the Russian shadow tankers of the Kairos and the Virat within the area off the coast of Turkey in international waters. The Ukrainian armed forces have not only admitted to conducting these attacks, but the Ukrainian armed forces conducted a secondary attack against the vessels over the course of the day. The Russians about as bad. The Russian Federation has heard that Rosneft has seen its profits fall by 70% within recent times, and the Russian Federation has already approved an annual military budget for next year at a minimum of $166 billion, which is approximately of next year. The Russian Federation has also seen that a significant refinery has caught on fire in the city of Orsk within the Orenburg Oblast, and also other significant targets have been hit by the ongoing drone attack, another major one, that is being conducted by Ukraine at this moment. Moldova is of the Caribbean for the endless hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow and his band of 40 thieves. The United States of America has unilaterally declared the entire airspace of Venezuela to be closed. Pool's closed, everyone, and everyone's got to go. Most importantly, we've also heard that Venezuelan commercial air flights from their state airline are still being conducted at the moment, but it appears 18 Super Hornets near to the coast with their transponders turning on and off, almost like blinking their headlights to the public, and we've also seen some odd flashes coming from Maracaibo near to the area of Lake Maracaibo inside of western Venezuela in the prior hours. We've also heard that the U.S. government is continuing to take actions against the state of Venezuela and preparations to eventually has arrived in Washington today to continue the talks that ended in Geneva and have appeared to have resulted farther than simple talks. The Ukrainian armed forces have also held their lines today and inflicted major casualties onto the Russian Federation's armed forces. Suffice it to say, today is quite a big day of news once again, and we're going to be making sure to get into each and every single major piece of news that we can over the course of the past 24 hours, starting with our largest night. Although y'all will be pretty hard-pressed to see some small stories tonight, pretty much the entire night's going to be major stories. So with that, we are going to be moving on into the area of the Middle East and the Islamic Republic. Iran is dealing with a significant amount of internal issues and a great deal of strife, and not only that, made in the modern day as living through the biblical story of the 7 plagues of Egypt. The Islamic Republic of Iran is probably that country. At the moment, they are currently dealing with a massive drought within the area of the city of Tehran, which is affecting around 10 million people. The decent amount of the Iranian Air Force has ceased to exist, having been destroyed generally by Israeli airstrikes while they were sitting on the ground. The Islamic Republic of Iran is also dealing with other major issues, for example, the loss of a large portion of the Rajeh port when an explosion of multiple Chinese missiles that had just been imported to the port exploded and wiped out about an entire third of the port in one go. The Islamic Republic of Iran has not been dealing with a good time this year, generally. And also we cannot forget that Operation Midnight Hammer by the United States, right at the end of the 12-day war between the Iranians and the Israelis, did cause at least some moderate or superficial. Now, on top of all of that, the Islamic Republic of Iran has put out news today that the Karaj Reservoir... That is insane. Like, I saw this picture earlier today, literally just sand. It's just like sand and dirt down there at the bottom of it. Just a little bit of water down there at the very bottom of that, like, pit right there. But that should all have water in it. It's just bone dry. It's absolutely insane, folks. This over here at the top right corner of the screen is actually the Karaj Dam. That is also a hydroelectric dam, by the way, so this is important in two ways. One, there is literally no water left inside of the Karaj Dam reservoir. That's the water that's left. It's largely larger puddles, if you want to call them that are left inside of this reservoir. Also on top of that, The Karaj Dam does not have any water that can pass over the dam anymore at all. There's no way that that can happen, and there's no way to replenish the stock of water that's currently within this area, as the watersheds that would feed this reservoir have been in a drought for decades. And so, in a sense, practically indefinitely. The Iranian Tasnim News Agency has actually confirmed that the dam itself, which does provide electricity to the Karaj city area, which is generally a suburb of the city of Tehran, is now off the grid. It is no longer able to produce power. The dam and its reservoir is what is in a state of Deadpool. Deadpool is not the cool character from the Marvel Comics universe. Deadpool, in a literal sense, means that a dam to continue the flow of water down the larger system, and there's no way to pass water over the electricity generating turbines within the dam to create any form of electricity. In short, this is the first reservoir that we have heard of within the area of the city of Tehran and ceased to function. We saw satellite pictures of multiple reservoirs, including this one, water incredibly soon. We did not expect that we were already going to see an entire reservoir go extinct just within the next 2 weeks afterwards. This is showing us that the Iranian water crisis, which were also far worse than the worst expectations that the Iranian government ever stated publicly, within the central area of Iran, are going to be out of water. This is going to be a significant humanitarian crisis, millennium, if you want to put it that way, that we're living in currently, as 10 million people are about to be completely, as also is the United States of America's Department of the Interior, the U.S. Forestry Service, and multiple different other state and government agencies. Currently, 10 million people right now are
like the whole country's. At the same time, though,
just to pull this up for y'all here really quickly, is around 90 million people. So that means that hopefully, if among the Iranian government's incompetence, and these people, the information according to Cheyenne News, just to make sure that we read this off correctly,
we help him along. I really couldn't tell, but it looked pretty rise up, one or the other, and I think we know which way.
Energy to be able to try and separate the salt from the seawater.
I find it hard to believe that everybody's going to sit back and let the Iranian people basically die of thirst. That seems to be something which I would have to see it to believe it.
Illegal attacks against maritime activity within the southern Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden Sea. The IRGC, Iranian affiliated and connected directly to the Iranian government, is the one that is funding and operating those terrorist groups within those regions. Practically the entire region can trace back its modern-day instability to the Iranians. So the Iranians are generally the thorn in the side of the entire region, and that's generally why everyone inside of the region is generally largely aligned. The Israelis are, of course, one of those countries, and have continued to have to deal with direct fights for decades at this point. The Israelis have recently killed a decent amount of top Hezbollah officials once more, beyond Nasrallah, who got hit in the Nasrallah, along with many other officials killed. According to Hezbollah's Naim Qassem, who is this guy right here, he is threatened retaliation. The deputy chief Naim Qassem is vowing a response after Israel struck Beirut's southern suburbs along several operatives. That is one hell of a name right there, damn. According to regional reports, according to Naim Qassem, he stated, "This is a blatant aggression and a clear crime. We have the right to respond, and we will determine the timing for that. I repeat, this is a blatant aggression. Hezbollah is finally gearing up to possibly conduct more bottle rocket attacks against northern Israel." The Israelis have also sent a message to the Lebanese government in the middle of this, telling them that they either are going to be taking action and dismantling Hezbollah, or the IDF is going to significantly increase the scope of attacks against Hezbollah forces within Lebanon. That is a pretty clear message that the Lebanese government is running out of time to deal with Hezbollah. And I'll be entirely honest with y'all, the Lebanese government has been completely incompetent in dealing with Hezbollah ever since they pledged they would. We have hardly seen that as a puppet to Hezbollah for the large part within that country. It's basically a terrorist state in every sense but the word.
Oh yeah, Lebanon hasn't really made any real progress at all in dealing with Hezbollah. In fact, I believe Hezbollah even holds positions in their legislature in your country. That's impossible because they've literally been elected. Let's double check that though before we go any further though. Let's see exactly how many members are in their parliament.
13 of 100.
Yeah, so 13 Hezbollah. They literally have their own loyalty to the resistance bloc government. Who the hell lets a terror group join the government unless they endorse that group? So,
So I want to point this out to y'all, folks. Take a little look at this here. The largest party in the country currently is the LF, the Lebanese Forces, which is a Christian at this moment with the largest amount of seats, 19. Hezbollah holds 13 outside of the Christian militia, the LF. So it is a quite significant political pact. One thing that is absolutely insane, I don't know if anyone's noticed this, but they have one member of the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party. And if y'all don't remember, that was the party of Saddam Hussein. 22 years after he was executed, after the U.S. government, 22 years later, after Saddam was killed, who was the guy who created the Ba'athist Party in Iraq in the first place for that to even exist. Like, that is actually kind of a whack government. But anyways, outside of that, this is something that will have to be dealt with. The actions involving the Israelis. I will say this: the United States and Israel are its terrorist forces that it supports within the region. Its proxy forces for the large part. And for that, we see that they are completely dismantled and destroyed. Not only are these forces against the state of Israel, which they generally conduct their direct attacks against, but they are also against Americans as well, and pose a significant threat and risk to U.S. interests within the region, as they do conduct terrorist attacks against U.S. interests alike, just like they do on the Israelis, making that a common front issue that we can align with the Israelis on and continue to try and take action in. I would support the Israelis 100% in taking action against Hezbollah once more, and I would say that all of their attacks so far, while generally breaking the development, has also happened within the Middle East concerning the Israelis, for that matter. They actually got in a firefight with some Syrian ground forces. We're not sure who they were at the moment, but it was quite a large question. Who in the world was involved in that? It appears that information has started. Some of the people who were involved in the attacks on the IDF forces Thursday night in Syria, as well as previous linked to the Syrian government's intelligence forces, which is that of the SIG, the Syrian interim government. That's at least some of the unconfirmed reports that are coming out at the moment, is that the people who conducted the attacks against the Israeli forces within southern Syria may have actually been the very same groups that in the year. I would say that that's not out of the realm of questionability at all. I mean, anyone with their ideology, that's a pretty crazy group of people, and I would say that they're probably crazy in attacking them as well, considering that they also disagree with their ideology to some extent. So, unconfirmed reports, but it does appear somewhat likely that there may be up southern Syria against everyone who is not an all-white Arab. But moving on generally out of the Middle East, because we have loads, actually quite a lot, to be entirely honest with y'all. We have a humongous amount of news to get to tonight in the Caribbean. Our largest stories first, to do that in order. We are going to be moving up into the Russian Federation and talk about the Ukrainian for another day on the daily attack promise that Zelensky made about a week and a half ago. About 10 days later, 10 strikes or 10 drone attacks have been conducted en masse on the Russian Federation. And most importantly, tonight, we actually lands inside the Russian Federation. There was one prong that was actually somewhat interesting. There is of Kherson and along the area of the Crimean Peninsula, and it appears that all of the drones are picture evidence of air defense activity from around that area. This news was reported a little while ago. We do not know if any targets have been hit within this area successfully, and if they have been hit, what exactly has been hit, and the kind of damage that this is going to be causing in the damage assessments for the Russian Federation today with another drone strike. While that seems to have been going on fairly, the world's not shipping oil, which is the Russians. Down here in Novorossiysk at the oil loading port, they blowing up their oil port the first time, it's blowing it up a second time. Take a little look at this clip. This came from Novorossiysk, and this camera is pointed from the Novorossiysk Valley area looking southwards towards the oil loading platforms. And that little orangish glow is coming from the oil loading terminals.
Oh, wow. And they blew it schmoove off.
Man.
That's crazy to think that they hit Novorossiysk again. Ukraine's really ramping up these attacks. Like, I'm kind of impressed with the frequency and also the...
I have to say, I'd agree. It's a pretty crazy sort of a thing, and from what we know, this once again, like the last attack ended up knocking out. Apparently, they actually hit one of the piers with the oil loading port is, from what we know, once again out of operation until repairs are effected again. They're quite literally keeping up their own version of a blockade against the Russian ports by stopping them from loading oil onto ships in the first place. A very effective sort of a blockade, to be entirely honest with y'all, because they don't even have to have a navy sitting off of the coast of Russia to stop ships from entering without needing a navy. A pretty impressive one as well.
But they have a navy though. Ukraine has a navy. It's just a drone navy because now that they've struck those Black Sea oil tankers that were down toward Turkey, they struck those with the drone boats. So me personally, I would say Ukraine essentially has a navy with those drone boats, with the absolute range they have on them, like 900 something miles on these drone boats. That does give them a naval reach, even though they don't technically have
reach within the Black Sea. But still, they do not have a conventional navy, which is the most cruiser or carrier strike group off of the coast of the country and forcibly blockading it that way. Literally, by just putting a guy on a computer in Odessa and having a drone launched and have it and anything else in between to be able to ensure that the Russians are doing absolutely nothing in the Black Sea, revolutionary sort of naval warfare that we're seeing at this point, and also due to the fact that Ukrainian drones, that is actually something that is a little bit crazy. If China had the same ability, just to miles out to sea, they would be about 60% of the way to Guam at that point. And the Ukrainians are able to do that in the Black Sea. So they are able to literally conduct any attacks anywhere they want within the Black Sea, because the farthest distance is going to be a little bit longer, considering that they have to go around Crimea. But nevertheless, that means that any single Russian ship, no matter where they're trying to hide within the Black Sea, is a possible target. If it is out at sea and the Ukrainians have a drone nearby, they can actually try and target and hit those naval drones. And we've seen that the attacks have been wildly successful as a historical standard throughout the whole war. It even makes the Russian attempt way early on in the war to bring the Russian Bitty port. Where in the world is it, Matthew? I'm trying to find it here. It was along the...
What port is it?
Going to try and build this thing out so that way they could hide the whole Russian Black Sea fleet down here.
Oh yeah.
Attack the Russian Navy here and destroy them outright if they even attempted to try and hide in the very moment that littoral warfare,
I give it a no.
somewhat deep sea or thing. Still, a lot of people.
Yeah. Also, real quick before we move on to our poll here, are we going to show later part of the stream?
Oh, that's actually coming up right after we talk about the bridge. Like we're about to get to. But anyways, beyond that, a lot of people have been talking about that bridge. And so as far as your personal relationships, I would always say try not to burn the bridges. But for the Russians, about Ukraine launching another drone attack at the Kerch Bridge. And a lot of people are wondering, will the Ukrainians have this bridge down and out before 2026? Which is only giving us about a month to work with here. But Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So now that we saw today that Ukraine launched drones in the area of the Crimean Bridge, once again, we don't know if it was actually directly targeted or not. All we know is that drones went very close to it, as well protected as all of Putin's dachas, which are his mansions around Russia. But will Ukraine destroy it? Said yes, the Kerch Bridge will be destroyed, while 24% said it's a 50-50 chance. And so, to be perfectly honest with you folks, the Kerch Bridge, it used to be a very big deal, and it is a big deal for propaganda reasons, but for transport reasons, it's not that big of a deal anymore, because Russia has found other methods to transport these goods and also these weapons without using the Kerch Bridge. So they still use it, but it's not that big of a deal. So if Ukraine were to hit strategic value, but it would mainly be just for propaganda, it would definitely make a damn good title for a short match in the way of changing the war front, basically. So I don't think they're going to hit it this year, considering there's other major targets they want to hit first. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, now that is a good question. I would actually have to be with the 17%. I do not think the Ukrainians prioritize this bridge. If they were hitting anything within this area, it's most likely something within the city or at the ferry crossing. And I'll tell you why. At the beginning of the war, the Kerch Bridge was a very big deal, because when the Russians invaded, at the very built-out infrastructure, especially railroad infrastructure that existed in that area that was intact, railway network in a way that was usable. Since then, the Russians have seen that the bridge in Crimea has been attacked so many times, and sometimes it's been completely knocked out of action, that it's actually been considered to be a logistical liability by the Russians. Sold out railway main lines. This is one of the few civil infrastructure projects they have ever undertaken inside of Ukraine, to construct a railroad that travels from Rostov-on-Don into Ukraine and then westwards all the way into the Kherson area and also into Crimea. This means that instead of using the bridge, which is a logistical bottleneck if it gets hit and knocked out, they primarily send trains that are supplying the Russian army from Rostov-on-Don over the what's called the land bridge into Ukraine, which makes their supply situation a lot more stable. Because while, at least in a way, supplying Crimea from the Kerch Bridge is technically a shorter distance and a much that will come out of the land bridge route, considering that there are very few bridges for the Ukrainians to hit there at a far more greater pace, and it's a lot more difficult to knock out than the Kerch Bridge. Because of that, The Kerch Bridge has lost a great deal of its military traffic throughout the war, and on top of that, the Russians also diverted, at least for a while, to try and supplant the major Achilles heel that the bridge was. They tried to supplant the transport of goods on the strait to the ferries, specifically the railroad and road ferries that went from Kerch here to this little peninsula here at Chushka, or as it was called, Kavkaz back in the day. Kavkaz was hit so many times, practically at their moorings, and only one of them was left operational, and it was even moderately damaged as well. So basically, in short, in the modern day, the Russians look at the strait as a death trap for supplies. They're really the only reason why they heavily defend it is because it has massive propaganda value for the Russians, because, in a sense, to Crimea, which gives them, at least in their minds, a little bit of a better claim strategic value.
Also, by the way, on top of that, another point I want to make is right now we've heard
Some
about
strategic
allegations.
value.
And once again, we
It's
really can't
easier
tell
to
what's
get,
true and not true.
you know,
And the White House is being
weapons
very
across
evasive
and
about
whatnot.
which one of these reports are actually true. But we're hearing occupied Ukrainian
I
territory
am sleepy.
as Russian territory.
I think I'm going to cut the stream here, and we'll try to.
If they did
Oh,
that.
I didn't
So,
mean to turn that over
rest
tomorrow,
viewed as the saboteur
and
of the
just
cause.
continue
They won't
rolling
let
with it.
Russia
All
sabotage
right.
it themselves.
God bless and have a good
So
night.
I don't think they'll hit it for